teams of 4s and 5s. So we came up with 340 that needed to work together for about a month. And we split them in focus areas which they felt their work were important. They felt they had some credibility or they were conversant with the issues around there, and they felt with technology they could help move the needle a bit. So we had and I think in this world, likely the highest polluter. Yes, I mean, the government have done a lot to their BRTs and all that. With introduction of one BRT, you take, I think, about 40 or 50 cars off the road or something. That's what the conversations, I was in the ministry once and somebody made that assertion. I'm not sure what the exact figure. So every time you put in mass transit, you help to mitigate some of the pollution that happen. So transport is the culprit. Energy here for us is, I'm sure there's no energy in this country. So when you see all those diesel generators and those are better past my neighbors, every night your neighbor puts massive damage. And so we have about 61 people in there. Agricultural practices, deforestation, and all those agricultural practices, 107 teams. Industry. So we have a refinery now. Six teams, and putting all this through this process. We're very grateful for our cohorts. We had tremendous support from collaborators. We had 20 mentors who were part of this, who gave their time, who invested with the team, and who were passionate. Remember, I'm doing it for public good. They could not have been paid, and I think the special advisor to the governor deserves a round of applause. Despite his busy schedule, I am aware he just flew back in from Abuja representing the governor on something that had to do with it, communications, ministry of communication, and all that. Something very important to the state. But while he was away and despite all he had a team he was mentoring and had several sessions with them. And there were people like him who were working with the mentors to see how they could contribute. We had 20 of them, 24 selection. Remember that 14 teams, it was a lot of work for them. We had 12 speakers. Some of them were speaking today, some spoke at the opening session, and they'll be giving insight, helping to educate. Because many of the issues we deal with in this part of the world is all about awareness, knowledge, education, getting people to understand the. Of course, you can see all the companies that collaborated with us from the GIZ in one way or the process. Okay, that brought us here to the final. Like I said, there's a walkathon. So all went to what I and they went for walkathons of 5 and okay, and of course they break like one. And then they had their pitch to the 24 selection jurors who were looking at the best of the best. They had 300 ideas. That must have been a very difficult job. I was telling my team at the time that I'm sure some beautiful ideas will have gone through the cracks. Can I see all the 300? Trust me, I've not looked at it. Okay, I'm not, because for you to really there's mind. Now did for purpose, you know that the ideas may be refined, and this is the Climathon process. Okay, all through weeks, and people were coming pitching. And you see we're part of it. I mean, as observers, and we're happy that the session could bring this out. Okay, and we have our final jurors who are here. We have Yosola Onanuga, who is around. Thank you very much once more. here. We have Kuduke, who is in the house, and we have Debola Deji Kurumi. I think she should be on her way. She should join us soon, I think. And we have, of course, Dr. Natalie, Executive Director, Circular Economy Innovation Partnership, who I think is joining us today virtually. So selection criteria that they had used and which will be used today: market relatability. The wonderful idea you have, which the selection of the final jurors will be selected, who will be going on with the awards or going on with the cash prize and opportunity to incubate. We don't want ideas that we cannot. I mean, we understand the reality of our environment. How was this relevant to the focus area? It's not an edutech. So was it relevant to us? Competitor and business environment analysis, the traction of a team. What have they done? Have they built? What program have they made? How are they able to deliver their pitches? I mean, you have to sell yourself in any way. You can be very clear. You want to see you convince them. And of course, you need to shop. Is there an idea that's out of the world? There's a prize pool. So today, we'll be handing out again $7,500. 2, 3 winners. That's the prize pool for today. And this is coming from the partnership of Eco Innovation Center and Eco Carbon Exchange, which is one of the companies in the portfolio that is building the first West African commodity exchange and carbon offsetting platform and commodity exchange. So it's the first in West Africa carbon offsetting platform, and of course has a commodity exchange in there. And so they will be handing out today a prize pool of $7,500, but that's not all. 3 of the best teams will be going, will also have an opportunity after the 3 months of incubation to get a seed fund of $50,000 in equity investments for the ones that do well after their graduation. And I think that's some significant investment at a time like this. And I think it's a trickle, it will come in. And as we see more collaborators, this will happen. That's not all. We also have from UNICEF, our partners who will be joining us. They have a global visit. But I mean, they were here for the launch. If you were in for the launch, and she will be joining us. That's the country director for UNICEF in here. They have a new platform, which is Yuma, and the program director and herself will be joining us once they're through with their meeting. And they've also offered that for the 3 best things that will be joining the acceleration, there are 3 brand new laptops that they will have also pledged to also make available to them as part of the contribution to this process. Okay, so what's next? Primary communities, partnerships. There'll be a hub, and of course, the acceleration programs will come. I've spoken about partners before, and of course, this is saying thank you very much for everyone that is a part of this and has supported in every way. And we hope you have a wonderful experience today, and that we're all part of seeing how we contribute to making our planet a safer place and making sure our planet can continue to sustain us. Thank you very much.
I think we can do better than that. A warm round of applause for the curator of EkoClimathon 1.0. Wow, 50K in equity investment plus a prize pool of $7,500. But I think even more than anything, I have to agree with what you said about the investment in the mind, in developing human capital. And the past 3 weeks has done that. The fact that these people, they didn't know themselves. They came together, formed teams, and now they have solutions that beyond the Climathon can actually turn into businesses that would create employment while saving the environment. I think we can give Eco Innovation Center a warm round of applause for leading the conversation when it comes to innovation and technology. So very quickly, we're going to hear from the side of the government. You know, you can't do things in silos. You can't just be coming up with solutions. There needs to be more synergy within the ecosystem. So we've heard from the tech side of things. Now I would like to hear from our juror, but who's also a friend of the family. We'd like you to put your hands together for the Special Advisor on Innovation and Technology to the Governor of Lagos State. So he will definitely pass on our messages. He will give a good report and account of everything happening here today. I thought, as I said all these things, that would ginger you to applaud Mr. Tubeso Alake for his goodwill remarks.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. Let me say that Eco Innovation is a very valued partner of Lagos State, especially with its concentration in civic tech We've had a lot of partnerships in the past, and it's continuing today, trying to find solutions to the myriad of problems we face today. Specifically in climate, as we know, variations in rainfall, desertification, and that affects us down here as well, because you have a lot of the cattle rearers moving down south, and so there's pressure on the vegetation and the infrastructure down here. You know, the increase in carbon emissions, all of these things affect our quality of life, right? And today's event is one of the small steps in line with the Lagos State Climate Action Plan, which is in line with the Paris Agreement, trying to reduce the temperature by 1.5 degrees centigrade. And why do we think technology is a driver in this goal? I always give this story whenever I have the opportunity to, because I really like it. In the 1880s in New York City, a bunch of philosophers, intellectuals, technologists, they all gathered together on a conference. And the objective of that conference was to kind of envisage what New York would look like in 100 years. You know, think of a gathering of people trying to come up with solutions and things that will enable, basically kind of give us a picture of what our city will look like. And the conclusion from many intellectuals in that meeting was that in 100 years from the 1880s, New York will become absolutely unlivable, right? Now, why did they come to that conclusion? Because at the time, the major mode of transportation was horse-drawn carriage, right? And so you had, you know, for whether transportation to leisure transportation, transportation for industry, everything was being pulled by horses. So it was horse and carriage. And so the city had a major issue with manure, because the horses, where you have a lot of horses, you are going to have, you know, a lot of horse manure across the city. So New York had sanitation issues. And so they said, look, with the rate of growth of New York as a major commercial hub, with the increase in the economy and the standard of living, if everybody is to have a horse-drawn carriage, and if every industry and business was to have a horse-drawn carriage, New York City in 100 years will be full of manure, will be full of, you know, horse poop, basically, you know. And they were like, look, what's going to happen, right? Because nobody will be able to live in here. There will be cholera, there will be dysentery, all kinds of diseases. But you know, just a few years later, nobody could have predicted that a few thousand kilometers away, a person called Carl Benz had just invented the internal combustion engine, right? And so, and of course, people like Henry Ford, with his assembly line, commercialized that particular technology. And so the essence of that story is that technology can change projections, right? And so this event today is one of the key things that we see that is going to help change or mitigate the climate change issues that we have. And so we are enthusiastic supporters of anything technology that we think is able to mitigate climate change and adapt our environment to become more resilient, right? And I have seen some of the ideas. I think our people are very smart, very brilliant. I think we need to provide them the enabling environment to be able to drive these solutions and make our environment. And so we will continue to support technology initiatives across different sectors to be able to raise our standard of living in Nigeria and make our environment better for the generations that are coming. So I want to thank you once again for being a part of this initiative. And you know, we wish the participants here best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the goodwill message. We all know that an enabling environment is key to sustainability and development. And I'm sure you have a lot to tell, Mr. Governor, after you see all the presentations today. So we still have a fireside chat, keynote presentation, more goodwill remarks, but we're going to kick off the pitching session now. So we'll start by having our first team present, and everybody has 15 minutes. So earlier on, I said I'll be the accurate timekeeper because we have to keep to time. And 15 minutes doesn't have to be all used up. If you can communicate your message in 10 minutes or less, great. But 10 minutes will be given for the presentation, and then 5 minutes for questions from our esteemed panel of jurors. So 15 minutes. So for the next 1 hour, we'll go through 4 teams. Now, the first team to present, representing the area of industry, please put your hands together for Cash Fog. I don't think that encouragement will get them excited. They're the first to come. The nerves are there, but I know we can encourage them. Let's give them a rousing round of applause.
Good morning, invited guests, judges, and my fellow contestants. My name is Peters Onyilo, and I'm the co-founder, the CEO of CashFrog. This is one of the products we rolled out as part of our effort to use data-driven approach to combat climate change. What is the problem that is facing Nigeria and Lagos as a state? We consider enormous amount of waste being generated on the daily basis. And we see that over 32 million tons of waste is generated. Only 35% of them are recyclable: plastic, metal, and glasses. It is possible to reduce effect of climate change by optimizing the recycling of this 35% waste that is generated. And an average of one person generates over 0.6 kilogram of waste per day. And it might shock you that 4 blocks from here, there's business for people in waste management, if you care to know. Then, our solution. Okay, the executive summary now. We have analysis of Lagos State waste: 15% plastic, 10% paper, 45% vegetable, and we see that only 35% of them can be recycled feasibly. Then I'll start with this short story. Mr. Lau uses a petrol power vehicle to move waste from residents, businesses to where they are finally disposed or where they could be traded. But in the process, he's using petrol-powered vehicle, and in the process, he runs out of fuel, and then he goes to a filling station to join a queue, and then that takes about a chunk of his time. He might not be able to meet up, and in the process of trying to meet up, his vehicle breaks down. And then because there are not many Mr. Alao or people using efficient method of waste disposal or waste transportation in the sector, there are a lot of inefficiencies in the system that allow us to see waste from industry, from homes, that cannot be properly disposed. Our solution is to use an artificial intelligence powered mobile app website for peer-to-peer smart vehicle rental that has optimized map interface for easy location and for easy tracking of waste and people who have need for renting of these vehicles, thereby enable users to access insurance, and they can easily engage in peer-to-peer rental of this vehicle. The benefits now, we have over 20 million households who can easily dispose their waste. And then by doing so, we hope to advance into using electric power vehicle that will ensure efficient disposal of waste. And then we can practically dent CO2 emission, since the tenet of circular economy is to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Then attraction thus far, we have 26,000 waiting list users, and then 5,000 of them have been piloted in Lokoja and in Niger State. We have 8 partnerships. One of them is Sky Capital, a company, a financial company, which is going to be our insurance partner residing in Lagos here. We have 5,000 pilot customers, and we've generated $5,200 thus far in most of the business activities we've engaged in. Now, the market size is $19 billion. The serviceable available market is $8 billion. But we are seeking just $1.5 billion in Lagos State, Kogi State, and in Benue State. And competition analysis, we have Packham. They do not have, their analytics is at the back end, it's not at the front end. We have Recyclers. They use manual method of moving waste. Their vehicle are not smart. And then we have Ola Waste and others. Then they do not have interface that locals can interact with. I want an app that a native speaker can just use easily and request for solution. And then you should have interface for other hackers to improvise on. Then our customer demographics has given such. Most of them are university and high school graduates, and most of them live in suburbia, and they have medium average income. A business model, first of all, we plan to engage in peer-to-peer rental of this vehicle, and we take a cut from both sides. Then we can sell spare parts of this vehicle. Then we can engage in insurance partnership, where we introduce owners of this vehicle to insurance companies, and then we can easily take a cut from them too. Then for our go-to-market strategy, we plan to do the rentals, financing, waste management companies, in smart lending, to agricultural companies, to schools, and to other institutions that will need this product. And then our marketing strategy include word of mouth, social media, pay referrals, billboard, cold calls. Then we plan to use algorithmic invites in our application. Then thus far we have milestone that we are targeting to expand to 5 countries by 2024, then to have over 120 million customers by 2025, and then maybe attain IPO or unicorn status for acquisition by 2026. Then our next step. Okay, our financial projection is given us this with a projected growth of 50% compounded annual growth rate. We should be able to attain revenue of $40 million for services, $6 million for payment, and $15 million for financial services and financial literacy. Then our next step is to build a functional mobile application. We have a website, a sketchy website as minimum viable product that can handle basic rentals now, and it can allow users to swap equipment. Then our need thus far, we are asking for $20,000. This will help us. Okay, this will help us to complete our application and to hire a data analyst. In a world that is torn between 2 extremes of climate change, too cold, too hot, and a very bad event, happening, it is very important for us to make impact. Just yesterday, over 903 people died in Pakistan from flooding, and 50,000 people are homeless. Because it does not affect us directly, it does not mean we should not make efforts in denting the impact of climate change. Unlike COVID vaccine, climate change does not have vaccine. Unlike COVID disease, climate change does not have immunization. It depends on everyone seated here, their concerted efforts. their sincere intention to change this doom or this disaster that is looming to make impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was done in 8 minutes. So we'll go to Q&A, 5 minutes. Please return. Do you have your team member as well? So you're the only one representing the team. So we'll open it to questions. Do we have any questions from the jurors about the solution?
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Olumide Ido. I'm just curious about your competitors.
Okay, sir.
Because from all the competitors we put down there, they are doing fine.
Yes, sir.
So how do you want to convince us about the information you have about them? That's just my
okay.
point.
Number one, our competitions are not thriving on artificial intelligence. First of all, we started as a data science company. When you are inducted into our circle, the first thing we teach you is how to embed AI in all your app, basically, using most of the basic programming languages. Now, our competitors do not bank on these resources. If you check their app, check their website, you can do that now with your phone. They do not bank on that higher power of intelligence to assess needs or to forecast needs in the nearest future. Then number two, if you look at their app, it's not multilingual. Can a native speaker, if I've never spoken English before, if I've never visited 4 walls of any institution or any English institution before, will I be able to use this product comfortably? Then we have to know that more than 20 to 30% of native users do not speak English. Then number two, we have to check for the way these people are being marketed. One of the competition I mentioned was because of the Pakistan issue that I got to know about them some weeks back. Yes, they were not actively marketing. So we see that these competitions are not aggressive because the market is so large. They are comfortable in their niche. And we are on the aggressive side.
We have another question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm very sorry. I have a cold, but I'll still
sorry, ma'am.
To speak. I want to congratulate you for this far that you've come.
Thank you.
I have just a quick question. You know, we must not lose focus on why this is coming up. And the CEO had explained to us that all we're trying to do using technology is to ensure that climate change is mitigated. Well, I can't find in your presentation what level of emission control this would achieve. You need to do analysis of, having done this, we would have done this to ensure that we bring down emission from the activities of waste management. And beyond that, I also have a concern over your regulatory approval budget. $10,000 for regulatory approval. I don't know those kind of approvals that are that big, that are even bigger than some of the equipment that you're going to be purchasing. Thank you.
I will explain briefly.
So I think you should take maybe some of the questions so that you can answer everything at a go. Yeah. So I'm still just having some issues with your business model, right? Can you walk me through a use case? So a typical customer, for instance, what does your product do for me? And I saw some of your revenue projections there. I mean, are they very realistic in terms, I mean, how did you arrive at those numbers?
Okay. And I take yours first. Yes. About the carbon emission, the focal point now. The plastic waste we are targeting, mostly we are trying to enhance mobility of people in this value chain. we are not the go-to person when it comes to moving the waste or when it comes to the disposal of the waste. But we are targeting people in the key value chain constituents. And yes, now from our focus now, if they are able to handle 32 million tons of plastic waste annually in reduction, in reuse, and in recycle, that should cut down carbon emission by close to 5% in 10 years. No, it came out qualitatively. It came out qualitatively as part of the environmental benefits, reduced energy usage and carbon emission. Now, when we engage them, we are trying to make them maximize profit and then work profitably. Then the financial aspect now, we are not just going to exist as a climate change or data company. We have to extend into fintech, which will enable us to finance these people so they can float or so they can have working capital. So, and if we are showing ourselves as having interest in fintech, CBN requires that we have regulatory approval as part of their due diligence, as part of their background check, as part of seeing that we are qualified to handle people's money. That is where the regulatory requirement is coming from.
1 more minute.
Okay,
so very quickly.
For the projection thus far, we are not just going to do peer-to-peer rental. The insurance business is big. Selling of spare parts alone is big. Then sourcing for plastic waste and selling them is a very big business too. We all have caught in this deal, and it depends on the capital that we sink into it. That is how we get our returns. So getting more capital implies making more profit for us, because Lagos Waste has not been dented by even 20% yet.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the founder of CashFog, and that was our first team to present. Would like to acknowledge the presence of some very important people in our midst. We do not take it for granted that you honored our invitation. So please, with a warm round of applause, let's make welcome the Managing Director and CEO of LOMA in the person of Mr. Ibrahim Adejuwon Odumboni. Thank you very much, sir. We also have the CEO of MTech in the US. Please put your hands together for Carmel Cadet. A warm round of applause. See, we are international here. And finally, please make welcome the Managing Director of Global InfoSwift, Afolabi Oke. A warm round of applause. So next, we're going to move very swiftly to the second team that will be presenting. Remember, there's a pool of $7,500 in terms of prizes, but also laptops and a $50,000 equity contribution investment from Eco Innovation Center. So we're definitely putting our money where our mouth is. So please make welcome the representative from Eco Buddies. A warm round of applause. Eco Buddies, you have 10 minutes for your presentation or less, and 5 minutes for Q&A.
All right, so good morning, everyone. My name is Godsaver Amisi. I'm a 20-year-old student of the University of Lagos, my sophomore year. So, yeah, before I continue, I would like to do a quick survey. How many of us came to this venue by road? Okay, fine. How many of us came like with our private cars, public transport? Yeah, most of us. So also, I would also like to point out, so a short story, by the way. Before I came here, I used the Ombalende route. So when I got to Ombalende, there was no way for me to get here quite fast. because there was traffic one, and secondly, the buses were not available. So I had to board, I had to order an override. Yeah. So, and they charged me 700 naira for a 15-minute journey. That was about 1.5 kilometers from Obalende to here. So that's the kind of problem we are facing for like short journeys. There are no solutions to help us overcome those problems. So we're introducing eco bikes. All right, so what is eco bike? We're trying to make environmental friendly transportation for everyone. We're changing the world through that process. So we're taking it one bike at a time. By the right hand there, you see a demo of our app, which I'll be doing after my presentation. So we have a mission to address transport mobility issues and surpass SDG goals for sustainable cities, ultimately converting miles to smiles. So we're targeting good health and well-being, sustainable communities and cities, then targeting climate action as well. So we're providing a solution to many of the world's most complex problems: congestion, public health, and climate change. Congestion, very big problem in Lagos State. So we have like about commuters going to work every day in Lagos State. Most of them use public transport. Most of them use private cars. So that like there's no provision in place currently that is able to accustom for this market gap. About half of our national emissions come from passenger vehicles, and most of those trips are under 6 miles. So we are targeting people in schools and universities, daily commuters who go to work, and people who just want to ride bike as a form of relaxation. All right, so we have a 800 billion opportunity created in micro mobility. 60% of our trips are 5 miles or less. Limited routes that connect geographical divides. So there's a poor road network infrastructure in Lagos State. Yeah, that's why we have so many vehicles and limited roads. That's why there's always traffic congestions on our roads. Also, yeah, so the traditional mobility pain point is characterized by long waits, long walk, congested commutes, unpredictable traffic, surge pricing. So when those traffic are high, like once there's traffic, you see that those public transport officials just increase the price, and then there's problem, heavy emission. So the EcoBike experience will give us an on-demand, quick and efficient, social distance, reduced congestion, affordable, environmental friendly, aligned incentive with mutual benefit for hangar managers and bike owners. All right, so we did a research and we found out that about 60% of people who participate in that research will ride a bike, and about 30% will not ride a bike, while the remaining 10% said they will learn how to ride a bike. So this is the EcoBike now. The EcoBike is characterized by a 500 watt rear hub that makes it easy for you to paddle. Yeah, it also has a smooth carbon drive belt that is designed to meet the needs of Lagos roads. So what you do is just you go to, so we have like so the bikes are situated everywhere around Lagos. All you need to do is go on the app, you find the nearest bike possible, then you scan the code on the bike, it unlocks the bike for you, and then you are able to take your ride. Okay, so we did it based on research. We found out that 8 trillion trips are taken globally each year, of which 5 trillion of those trips are less than 5 miles in length, and over 900 billion are taken by addressable users, people that have home addresses, and with 100 billion trips shifting to micro mobility, resulting in a 800 billion yearly revenue opportunity for us to utilize. All right, so okay. So Thomas Edison once said in 1895 that the bicycle, which 10 years ago was a curiosity, is now a necessity. It's found everywhere. 10 years from now, you'll be able to buy a horseless vehicle for what you would pay for today for a wagon and a pair of horses. So then you buy, the price you used to buy a wagon is what you are using to buy a bicycle now. So now, how is our business model going to work? So we have EcoBike riders, we have EcoBike owners, and we have local eco hangars. So what are the EcoBike riders. So that individuals like me and you that want to use the bike and take it to wherever I want to go to. Who are the eco bike owners? So that these are people that will partner with, that will buy a bike either for personal use or decide to outsource it as fleet for people to use. Who are the local eco hangers? So eco hangers are people that that will buy bikes in fleets in large quantity. So they'll be the one managing the bikes, making sure that when people are done using the bike for the day, they'll be the ones to take those bikes to where they'll be cleaned, where they'll be charged, and where they'll be unlocked. So how would we track? How would we gain revenue? So we're charging a 20 base fee and a 2 naira per minute charge for each ride. Eco bike owners can decide to buy those bikes for about 600,000 naira. So with that 600,000 naira, they gain a particular incentive on every journey taken by those users. So the other managers, they gain a per trip revenue. So because they have so many bikes with us, so we're able to give them incentives whenever people ride bikes, because they're like the owners, but it's more like they're investing in those bikes. So that we're able to reach out to a lot of people in faster time because there are people that are putting in their money already. So this is our team of brilliant people involved in this project. Faith Godman from Abuja, Zubair from Kaduna, and then the rest, and then there's my humble self. So our investors, who will be our investors? People like you. And here we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, under 10 minutes, so we'll go straight to questions, and we'll take all the questions at once, and it will be your job to answer in less than 5 minutes. So we'll have the microphone go around to, okay, I believe the essay has, can we start with the questions?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I didn't see, or perhaps I missed it, the competitive landscape, because there are people that are doing, people like Our Bikes.
Yeah, Our Bikes.
So where are you? Where do you fit?
So
what are your projections?
So Our Bikes currently, they have, according to that report, they have about 200 bikes in circulation. If they claim they have 200 bikes in circulation, we're supposed to see bikes, right? They claim that they have those bikes in universities, but they are not there. So what we are doing is that we're bringing those bikes to everybody. We're using an artificial intelligence method to know where people would need those bikes. So that place where there is more demand, we're putting those bikes there. We're taking those bikes to those places and making it available for everybody. Does that answer your question?
Okay. It was a nice presentation, I must say. And my own thinking is just, did you consider changing government policies as regards your innovation? Because, whatever you do here, we still have to do the right thing as they want it.
Yeah, so the plan is to be as friendly with the government as possible. So that's work with the government to create bike lanes.
See, I have a reason why I'm asking this, because for a business to thrive, for instance, I'll take you back to, what do you call this? Cargo, ride, this and all that. Because anything can come up someday, and government may say, no.
So we're solving so many problems at the same time. We are solving mobility issues, we are solving traffic issues, we are providing jobs for people, because eventually when we have those bikes, there will be people that will be maintaining those bikes. Those eco hangers will be the ones going around to look for those bikes when the day is over, to go and charge those bikes. So there's an economic advantage that the government will have. So that's basically our plan.
Okay. For me, it's just a feedback. Because that's the question I wanted to ask before. But let me just go back to your. So I think what I'm saying with Our Bike was they were focused with their targets, and that's why they are focusing on universities. And I think it's a very good start for them. So, but for you to solve a lot of problem with this, I think it needs to go with what is a need for the government, because government will surely, like Mommy was talking about, the networking, the road. So I think the target, you should have a target audience rather than, as a start. That's all my feedback.
Yeah, we're targeting schools, we're targeting estates, we're targeting roads users.
Thank
right.
you.
Can
Wonderful.
Can I go? I
Okay.
think leaning on the question he asked you, I think you need to do your research. It's not being friendly with government that will answer the question. You need to understand the regulatory requirements in the field that you're looking at, number one. Number two, if the government can say eradicate motorbikes, I see no reason why that same thing cannot apply to you. Number three, we don't have tracks for bikes in our country. Even the people that to do basic exercise, they get kicked off the street by cars. So you really need to look at, it's just my contribution, I really need to look at it and understand that this truly makes sense. In university, yes, but on our main roads, with the kind of drivers we have on the street today, you really need to look at it. Thank you.
Okay. Everyone has echoed, some of the points I wanted to mention. I was hoping to see something, we can say that is that there can be a gap in the market, but is there a market in the gap, right? So I was looking to see something more specific to maybe estates, right? Or private communities where they do have transportation challenges, and that way you can have a pilot run off that type of scheme as opposed to the main roads. Because I was thinking, if the potholes can destroy the tire of a car, how much more a bike, right? Just my thoughts anyway.
Yeah. So one more piece of feedback. I think you need to do a whole lot more research because actually there are traffic laws for bikes today in Lagos State. And if you notice, there are a lot of bike clubs in Lagos State that are actually influencing policy as well. So that could be very key to your business going forward. So I think some more research is necessary so that you can, identify that gap and the market in that gap.
Yeah, thank you.
It's exactly what everybody is echoing. It's a fantastic idea, is addressing the issue, but you need to look at pilots. Just see how it works in a small scale within estates, and then you'll be able to think of how to scale it up. But thinking already of going out to the general public, that's really not something that would fly right now with the policies, somersaults that we're having in the state. I don't think, but we looking at big estates that they have to walk very long distance if their cars are not, if they don't want to use their car, then that's a very fantastic idea.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sadly, we've run out of time, but I know that the feedback has definitely come in very handy. Well done, EcoBuddies EcoBike. We'll move to the third of the batch. We have 4 teams that will be presenting in the first batch. As I said earlier on, we still have some more goodwill messages, some more remarks, a fireside chat, and I'll still be acknowledging more people as we're joined both physically and virtually. But very quickly, let's move to our third team. Please put your hands together for the representative of Digit Agric. That's really weak. I think we could do better. A warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adegoke Nadiwale. I'm the founder and CEO of Digit Agric Integrated Limited. I'm a farmer, an social entrepreneur with over 8 years of experience in agribusiness. Climate change is real, and climate change is seriously affecting the source of our food. We will all agree with me that in the last 2 decades, the farmers were having 2 times of yield with what our current farmers are having right now. You also like to agree with me that in the last 2 decades, the farmers were having heavier yields compared to what we are having right now. And the only cause of this, or the only factor that are responsible for this, is simply because of this climate change. Today, I'll be sharing with you how agricultural sector alone is contributing greatly to climate change, and how the same sector will also be of help in mitigating climate change. This is a report from the United Nations. These reports indicate that an average Nigerian trashes away nothing less than 189 kg of food waste, giving rise to about 37.9 million tons of food waste per annum. With this figure, Nigeria as a country contributes nothing less than 5% to the global greenhouse gases. This is a report from the United Nations. Now, at Digital Geek, we have been able to pay attention to the major cause of this threat to agricultural sector and also to climate change. And you'll be surprised that this is a major cause of the problem, the chemical or synthetic fertilizer. These fertilizers that are being used by the majority of our so-called smallholder farmers or farmers in general contribute a lot to climate change. Chemical fertilizer emit a lot of greenhouse gases. Also, all these chemical fertilizers or synthetic fertilizers, they are made up of a lot of different chemical ingredients, which affect our soil, which make our soil to be more degraded. These fertilizers, apart from the fact that they emit a lot of greenhouse gases, they are very expensive, they are not affordable for farmers, and at the same time, they are also contributing a lot to degrade our soil. Digital Geek Integrated Limited is an impact-driven social enterprise that is committed to work with the smallholder farmers and the food processing companies. And how do we work? We work with smallholder farmers, we aggregate their crop residues. We also work with the food processing company, we aggregate their different extensive agricultural waste, such as rice husk, cocoa husk, groundnut husk, and a whole lot of them. We aggregate all this waste, we carbonize them, and turn them into two different most important products. The first one is called voucher, and the second one is called an organic fertilizer. These are the two products we derive from different agricultural waste. For the first one, which is called a voucher, we get that one oftentimes from this waste, and likewise the organic fertilizer is a combination of our voucher and some other organic materials. These two products alone, apart from the fact that they increase the yield of smallholder farmers or farmers in general, they increase their yield, increase their revenue. At the same time, they also renew our degraded soil. Yes, of course, we are not the only player in this industry. We have a lot of other chemical or synthetic fertilizer producers in the country. But one of the things that just make us to be different in terms of our competitive advantage is that our fertilizer does not emit anything called greenhouse gases, because these two products were made from available local materials that are organic, and also they are affordable. A bag of our fertilizer is just 4,000 naira. And the cheapest chemical synthetic fertilizer presently in Nigeria goes for 25,000 naira. Urea in Nigeria, which is about 100% nitrogen, is 25,000 naira. NPK presently in Nigeria is about 16,500 naira. That's the cheapest so far. And these fertilizers, they cause a lot of pollution, a lot of problems to our soil. Our fertilizer is very rich, it is affordable, and at the same time, it still lasts longer in the soil compared to synthetic or chemical fertilizer. Yeah, actually, the whole idea started in year 2020 during coronavirus. We were at home, and like I said, I'm a farmer, and oftentimes every year, an average farmer in Nigeria uses nothing less than about four bags of NPK, 2 bags of urea fertilizer on 1 hectare of farm. And in that process, when everybody was locked down at home, when we found it difficult to get a fertilizer to buy, we came up with this idea in year 2020. And in the process of developing this idea, we came up with about 11 different crops where we could test or to confirm the genuinity of what we were doing. And we're surprised that out of the 11 crops we atomized, we were able to test run these two products on 8 product. And these are some of the fantastic results we've gotten so far from our feed trial. That is me with tubers of yam and maize. Yeah, of course, we have been able to other farmers, and these are some of the impacts we have also been made over the last 3 years. We have been able to increase the yield of our farmers by more than 30%. At the same time, we have removed the fertility of more than 1,000 acres of farm hectares of farm within the southwestern part of Nigeria. And also, according to the report from the Biochar Organization of the World, from every 1,000 kg of biochar produced, that's 1,000 kg of biochar production is a question of removing nothing less than 1.42 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. Yes, of course, we run a very simple business model. We run a B2B and B2C. We sell our product to the smallholder farmers, and we also sell to the yes, of course, yes. We work with food processing companies, like I said. We aggregate their waste. We take it down to our processing center where we do all the processing. And at the end of the day, we distribute to two most important buyers. We distribute to the agrochemical dealers, we eventually sell to the final buyer, who are farmers. Yes, of course, according to the African fertilizer, these are the figures we get for the size, the market size of the fertilizer in West Africa, in Nigeria, and also of course, at Nigerian level, that's the figure we have, and we are working towards 2% of this serviceable available market in Nigeria. That one alone will give us about $760,000 US. Yes, of course, like I said, we came up with this idea. We were able to produce, in year 2020 when we started with the voucher, and we produced about 500 bags manually, and 200 bags were given out for free. We sold about 300, and our projection for the next year is we are targeting to reach about 10,000 farmers and have that result as our revenue. So, of course, our team is made up of myself, our soil scientists, our extensionists, and business administrator. Yes, of course, we are not only here to pitch to request for funding, but also to get connected with the experts here and abroad. And most importantly, we're seeking for funding of about $15,000 US. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Digit Agri. So we'll have 5 minutes for questions. So we'll just take all the questions at once, so you'll have enough time to respond.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Even if I had nothing to say, I would still speak because this is right up my street. Of course, I work in agriculture.
Thank you.
So wonderful presentation. I was very impressed to see biochar. It's a concept that has existed for many years, but in Nigeria, it's still a new concept. So you still have some work to do in getting people to know what it is and how it works. So my questions are, what is the weight, the average of a bag of fertilizer? You answer them later, but you can just note my questions. How much is a bag? How many bags you need per hectare? I see that your presentation was specific. Your target market is in the Southwest. I want to know why. When majority of the farmers are in the North. I work in the North as well. And then I would appreciate if you could also categorize. I would have loved to see some results from your demos, even though you showed. So maybe a categorization of grains, tubers, vegetables, and fruits, some sort of categorization in that area. Have you done trials for other types of crops? So those are my questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we have another question.
Thank you. Yeah, my question around this. Firstly, I want to say well done for doing this. Very good.
Thank you.
First question is, where do you source majority of your raw materials from? And the second question is, I don't know if you're aware, we do produce fertilizer in Loma as well, 500 bags per day through Edcare in Udunguyo, and the price is half the price. 50 kg is 4,500 for us. And from that, I want to also let you know that 40% of our waste are organic. So it might be that you partner with us to get a cheaper byproduct and be able to make more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, for me, I just want to say I love the idea perfectly. And I just want, what are the impacts on our soil during your production? Then secondly, have you been able to read about the GMO? What is the implication for the a genetically modifying organism on the product. Thank you.
You should answer that so he doesn't forget.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, the first question was
She wanted to know about
categorization.
categorization, why you are focused on the south and not the north, the weight, the price.
Okay, of course. We have two different products, and the two products are packaged in 25 kg. It's very light, but in terms of the acres of land it can cover, it's even more than what. For example, now 25 kg, a bag of our voucher, a bag of our fertilizer is 25 kg. So 6 kg is needed for 2.5 acres, which is 1 hectare. Number one. Number two is that, like I said, we came up with about 11 lists. We listed 7 different products that we produce that are commonly grown in southwestern part, because that is actually where we started from. And maize is one of them, but we couldn't reach out. We have not been able to confirm it on other products. Other products are made up of cash crops. But for the vegetables, for the pepper, in fact, we are having a lot of success story from our pepper farmers. Take, for example, now, I can show you here with a video where we have one of the biggest tomato farms in the Kiri. On an average, they used to have nothing less than about 10 to 12 seed, how do I call it? Tomato per stand, per plant. But right now they have more than 45 per plant. So the second question is, the next question is, I'm trying to address you. Of course, like I said, we've just started, and the bulk of the thing we have done so far is just trying to like confirm, will this thing work? Will it not work? And within the Southwest, the kind of response we're getting from farmers is awesome. So, concentration on Southwest, collaboration with Loma, that's great. Of course, we are also looking, because of recent we attended the trade fair, and at Abeokuta, we are opportune to speak with the representative of the Central Bank of Nigeria. And we were surprised to also see voucher. A lot of them told us that they know the importance, the impact the voucher has on the soil, and they have collected our contact, and since then we have been connected with a lot of different cooperative farmers within Ogun State. So we are ready for collaboration, because the most important thing we are trying to do is just for us to make sure that we have a sustainable farming. At the same time, we are looking at the better way for us to double the yield of the farmers. I'm a farmer, and I know what it means. I know the impact of climate change on our food. And if care is not taken, we might not have food to produce in the future if we are not finding an alternative to chemical fertilizer. So on that, we are ready for collaboration. Impact on soil and GMO. Yes, of course. The only thing I can just say about the impact on soil is that, like fertilizer, like synthetic fertilizer now, once it is applied, even most of the farmers are not even aware of the implication. A lot of them, because from our visitation from our field trial, when you mention things like climate change, farmers look at like, what is climate change? So that's also one of the areas we impact them. And at the same time, we tell them, of which they know that by the time they make use of fertilizer, it doesn't just end there. Our organic fertilizer, if you see this year, you can see plants. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And that's where we'll have to end this Q&A session. Please give Digit Agric a warm round of applause. We'd also like for you to clear the stage. Before we go to our fourth team for this batch, I would like to acknowledge the presence of some very, very important people in our midst. And just like the applause that we gave Digit Agric, would like for you to also applaud them. So we'll start with Jao Arthur Rees from the Office of Innovation and Technology in Sao Paulo. Please put your hands together for him. That's Brazil, all the way from Brazil. We have Brazil, we have the US here, we have Nigeria, we have Germany. Next, we also have from Loma, the Executive Director of Finance, Kunle Adebi. A warm round of applause for him. And we have Dr. Natalie Beininch, Executive Director, Co-founder, Circular Economy, Innovation and Partnership. A warm round of applause for her. Thank you very much. And please, I know some people just joined us, but earlier on I'd asked if everyone can just put their phone on silent mode or vibrate mode. If you do have to take that call, just excuse yourself from this area so you do not distract any of our participating teams or our jurors or the audience, please. This is being recorded, so it's important that the sound is clear so they can go back at a later time to watch to see how they can improve. So if you haven't put it on silent, please just double check that your phone is on silent or vibrate mode. So we're doing a bit good for time. I like how everybody has been keeping their presentations under 10 minutes. A lot of questions coming from the jurors, but they'll do their best to answer within the time. So our final team for the first batch is the team Exousia. So please put your hands together for Exousia. 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes Q&A.
Good morning, everyone. According to the Center for Global Development, Nigeria can cut its CO2 emission by 63% by stopping the use of fossil fuel power generator. The alternative we currently use now are the alternative we currently use now that is commonly used in Nigeria is the solar panel system. But this is what we found out in the solar panel sector. Majority of the deals done in this sector is done by payment in installments because an average Nigerian most time can't afford the setup cost of this system. Number two, this system has an high default rate. 6 out of 10 people that opt for this payment in installments don't pay during the period of the time, and 3 out of the 10 still owe 6 months after the payment in installment period is over. So this is where the problem comes in. Companies that offer payments in installments do it at a very great risk because there's no way for them to vet the creditworthiness of those they give these devices to. And most of them don't have a means of automating their payments, getting the money back. And we know that the less people use these generators and change to a more zero power emission system, the greener Nigeria, the better for all of us. Here is where Exousia comes in. My name is Lawal Oluwatimileyin. I'm the CEO. Okay, my name is Lawal Oluwatimileyin. I'm the CEO of Exousia. Exousia makes solar company that offer payments in installments say yes smarter and faster by providing them with the means of vetting the creditworthiness of customers, providing them with vetted customers, and an automated way of getting their money back. The way we did it is very simple. With just a link sent to the client, he fills in his details. We send the credit score to the company within seconds. They can now decide whether to allow the customer pay on their, or after the customer has been vetted and confirmed as a good client, they can allow us help them to do their remittance. The way we would charge is this. We charge $2 per vetting that we do per client and 3% commission on each product that the company wants us to help them remit to them. An average company in this sector with the smallest of size makes about $15 million in revenue. 3% of that is a new market. This is the market for solar system in Nigeria. It's about $20 billion. And it is growing by 22% in Africa yearly. Our addressable markets based on the sector that actually offer B2C. We have solar companies that offer B2B, B2C, which is our own target market. We have about $10 billion yearly. What makes us unique from other people? One, currently what is being done is you come, as long as you can pay the first fee, you are given a solar system. Now, what we discovered that solar companies even told us that 7 out of 10 solar companies told us that by even remotely switching off this device does not mean that it will encourage the client to pay. It makes no difference. People just go to their generator. Now, what makes us unique also is this, with no code at all. The current solution, when you vet credit worthiness, require you to write, they just give you a JSON file, which means they just give you a series of code to go and vet yourself. No code, we vet everything for you. Currently, we've been able to build about version 1.2 of our products. We are launching with about 25 companies, solar companies, and that will be able to power about 10,000 homes. By 2023, what you would have made this, what you would have been able to make possible by picking us as the winner of this is that by 2023, 30 tons of carbon that should have been emitted per day would not happen, because we would have been able to facilitate about 3,000 homes to have solar system. The more the companies can have their money back, provide this for more people, the less people use fossil fuel power generator. We need to hire more developers and get a strong marketing team. We believe that we can actually reach $100,000 in 10 months, and you'll see why in a bit. I'm a growth hacker. I've worked for financial companies before, and we were able to reach 2 billion naira in transaction volume in a month, me being the growth lead. And I've also worked as a technical lead in Code Bono. I'm a full stack developer. I have one of my co-founders is here, Ramon. He has 7 years experience in software development. He has worked for both foreign and local companies. Ogumakide works in project management, make sure we have the best of projects, best of products. And we have someone to help us to navigate this space, is our sales rep. His name is Adeyemo Adeolu, and he has been working in sales, and we have a business advisor. Thank you very much. We would like to show the video of how Exusia 1.1 was built like, and we'll show you now.
How many minutes is this video? Because you only
Just
have
3 minutes.
No, you have about 2 more minutes.
Okay, no worries.
So you can play for 2 minutes if that's fine.
Okay.
And then we'll move to the questions and answers.
Thank you very much.
Isn't the only
Okay. Oh, this is not the beginning.
We might have to move to questions while the multimedia team cues the video. So we'll just take questions from our esteemed jurors.
Okay.
So just to be clear, if I understand correctly, what the service you're offering is like replacing a manual KYC with an automated one.
Yes.
So my question is more like, it sounds like you're just talking about solar, but there's more applications for this. So I just wanted to understand a little bit more about what other applications you're looking at in the future as well.
Okay, we know that there will be other applications that this might work with, but this sector is actually large enough. We don't want to just do many things, just like Amazon too, started with books. Then when we are able to actually dominate this sector to a significant level, we can then spread to other sectors. But we are starting with this, and we know it's a massive market. It's a massive market. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. My own little concern is this. I know if you want to know the credit score of a customer, you have a lot of ways to do it. So, and I feel you also rely on a third party to vet, yes or no?
Yes.
So it's kind of cloudy how this stands out, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Can you please convince me?
So if we are using a third party that provides us, what the third party provides us is banking history. So we have written a code on top of that series of data that vets, okay, how many times does this person gamble per month? What is the total money that is coming into his salary? If he's claiming that he's making this amount per month, okay, if someone wants to take a solar panel system that worth about 1.5 million, but we're able to discover for his account that, and he's supposed to pay 100,000 in installments, and he only makes maybe 120,000, we are sure that he's going to feed from it or less. We won't give him a good credit.
Sorry, do you know you may not have the actual figure when you want to do a credit score on someone? Okay. The actual figure of the income flow, unless you have without the authorization.
No, the person will, if you want to use the
without
system,
authorization, exactly.
you have to fill your details. The client.
So because all the bank will tell you, or the credit bureau will tell you is this person is as default so places.
No, this is not how it works. So for our own. So what we are using is in the SINA, the name of the company we are partnering with. And what they give you is the banking history. So when you give us your details, just fill in this form. You give us your BVN and all those details. In the SINA, we then send it to InDesina. Then InDesina sends us a JSON file of what your banking details has been like for a period of time. So we then take that details and use it. So we have your history of how much actually was deposited, how much left, how much of the company. InDesina also provides us how many times you paid in a month. So we can then use that with our own code to make valid decision. So the data is actually enough to make a good credit score.
So, thank you. My question, I think one of the other questions asked some of my questions. But for me, you are a credit scoring company, like
Yes.
Moody. I want to be like Moody.
Like
Moody, like one of these big credit scoring companies. That's where you want to be.
Okay.
So for me, I know very well about the solar business.
Okay.
And a lot of the companies that supply solar, their problem is they need somebody to de-risk the investment they are putting in upfront.
Yes.
So if you want to de-risk for someone, it depends on where they find. It doesn't depend on the credit score. So the kind of source will determine what kind of risk I'm ready to take, yes or no.
Okay.
So and this is it. I'm a banker by trade. Before I go into waste management, credit scoring is different in this part of the world, where people just look into your bank account, knowing fully whether all Nigerians do their transaction by cash or by family. You understand what I mean? So it's very wrong to look at your bank account. If you want to do credit scoring here, it should be your DSTV bill, your waste bill. How many of us, you don't default on your DSTV? It's not bank account. Nigerians like, we're getting a lot thing wrong. Your bank account, I can get money from, let's say, put in my account, borrow, show that I have money. But that does not mean it's my money now. What are you talking about? So a lot of us cannot do without DSTV. We cannot do without our EcoDC bill. Those are the things that even if you go to Europe, council tax bill, they know that that's what determines your credit score. It's not how much comes into your account.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you very
try
much.
and equate that.
So
what you're doing.
we don't just use one thing to, like one of the things I give as example is your betting score. How many you can be making a lot of money in your account and still, okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't know. So thank you very much for that. And I think I should have clarified that. We are not only using your banking history to determine whether you're viable enough to take that solar system. What we are using a lot of factors is one of the reasons I said we are also looking at your betting. So thank you very much. You just gave us an additional variable that can be used, which we did not consider. The things we consider was your income, banking history, things you pay before, how your spending nature is. My co-founder is the one that deals with the back end and is more than able to do that. So it is not just one factor that will take that, okay, this man makes 500,000. But if he makes 500,000 and bets with 300,000, it doesn't make it. And what makes us differ from other systems is that we do not, as a solar company now, all we just need to do is onboard you on our system with a link to your customer without you having writing any code, just like Paystack works. It's sent to the person fills his details, uploads a valid ID. You can actually get a result that just shows nothing but this person cannot afford to pay this. And the reason, a short reason, is a bad gambler. That's it. Or spending nature is.
Sorry, I'll have to cut in there because it was more of feedback, but you've already explained your point that you use other things apart from the banking information. So let's put our hands together for Exousia. And that will conclude the presentations from the first batch. We still have 2 more batches. We still have 2 keynote presentations, fireside chat, and of course, some goodwill messages. So we'll move very quickly to our keynote presentation. We've already heard him speak a bit from his seat and really offer some very valuable contributions and feedbacks. I know we're looking forward to his keynote presentation. So please, if your hands are not too busy, maybe tweeting EkoClimathon or using our hashtag EkoClimathon, please let's put our hands together for the Managing Director and CEO of LOMA in the person of Mr. Ibrahim Odumbomi. Please put your hands together. Let's make him feel welcome this afternoon as he gives his keynote presentation. I believe there'll be a lot to take from this presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. You probably notice I don't have any slide because I want you to listen to me. And I'm focusing on slides for me. I'm very good at slides and all those PowerPoint and stuff, no. But I know coming here today gave me the opportunity to leave you with a lot of things to think about. And for all those innovators that we have here, I want you to take a lot away from what we are going to be talking about today so that when next we are here, we have more innovations that we'll now come up with. So firstly, my name is Ibrahim Adejuwon Oduboni. I'm the MD CEO of Lagos Waste Management Authority, LOMA. Background-wise, I was an ex-banker, 16 years private banking experience in the UK. And also, I run a couple of companies and help businesses and African countries develop policies across 5 major African countries that I've helped before to bring things like sustainability and economic growth to themselves, like DRC, Congo, Burundi, Guinea-Bissau, Sierra Leone, and Co. And I still help them once in a while as well. In terms of waste management, we're talking about climate change here. We also all know that from COP26, we had the agreement that we're going to focus on our climate change target. But let's bring it down home. Let's bring it home. So we're talking about climate change in Lagos, in the city where you live, in the city where we all of us make our living from. What are the opportunities there that we can contribute our own culture to climate change? And in doing so, I'll first explain for those of us that know about linear economy and circular economy. So when you're talking about linear economy, is taking a raw material, producing a product, and after the product, you dispose the product. That's the end life of the product. That's it, done. But when it comes to a circular economy, you take a raw material, you produce a product. At the end of the lifetime of the product, somebody else takes that lifetime of the end of the product to you, and it continues another journey, and it goes all around, just go like that. What is a waste to you is a resource to someone. So taking it from there, Lagos as a city, we have over 22 million plus people living in Lagos. And every day we know over hundreds of people come to Lagos afresh. And we know very well that we are bigger than 6 countries put together. Some of the 6 African countries put together. We're one of the 5th largest economy in Africa. So, and that comes with a big opportunity. LOMA estimates that each individual in Lagos generates a minimum of 0.65 kg of waste daily. 6.5 kg daily. And we also estimate that an average individual use 176 bottles a year, no matter how tight-fisted you are. You don't go to parties, you don't like buying bottled waters, you are going to use a minimum of 176 a year. So your cost of living, your source of living, your income, now decide if you are going to go more or you can't go less. So what are we faced with? 13,000 metric tons of waste on a daily basis, and we project that by 2025, we'll be moving to about 18,000 metric tons with the economic prosperity for Lagos. And looking at these bottles, we generate over 4 billion bottles, new bottles every year. And if you don't do anything about the 4 billion, next year, it becomes 8 billion. It doesn't go anywhere. 400 years, that's how long it takes each of these bottles to degrade completely. So doing something. And also, if you look at your packaging, you're going to shops, you're going to shop for things. They give you a nylon. I want to have my own nylon. I need it. I need more. I want to put my waste inside. You are degrading your environment because those nylons takes 80 years to go anywhere. So after you dispose them, it's hanging somewhere, either on a landfill, in a canal, on a lagoon, in our drainages. It is going nowhere. And we all understand that life expectancy in this part of the world is between 50 and 60 for male and female being higher. So what do we do to change it? We've seen countries, developed countries in the world, places like Germany, you can see people aging, living to 90, 100. We want that, and we want to sustain the economy. We want to keep the culture of this part of the world. And in doing that, we have to take some actions. So what are the steps that Loma have taken so far? And what do we want the youth here and everyone here to think about? So I'm quite glad to see the team talking about the fertilizer they are producing. We produce 500 bags of fertilizer on a daily basis. That's just from my 12 market waste and abattoirs in Ikorodu. And imagine we now have different sites in Lagos that we have not even used their own. We just dump theirs at the dump site. So the opportunity to produce 6,000 bags a day in this state is possible, is there. But we need people, we need private sector, we need innovators to come and grab that. I can give you the raw materials free. I won't charge you for it. Just tell me where to bring it to. I'll bring it for you. And then you can make fertilizers. We've been to countries like Ghana. So Ghana has changed. They decided that they don't want to go for waste to energy. They want to go for waste to composting. And that is a very strong government decision, their federal government decision. And the reason why they're doing that is climate change and healthy living. Organic food is better than inorganic food. We all know that. We all know that what we consume is what breeds how you move around. So what do they do there? They take 100% of their waste, they sieve it, they divide it into 3. Plastic and recyclables on one side, combustible on one side, and the left is organic. That organic, they treat it and use as fertilizer, mandated for all farmers in the whole country. So if you are a commercial farmer, you buy at a separate price. And if you're a local farmer, you buy as a government price. And that's what they do. So what that means, they are now closing down all their landfills. And all their waste is becoming zero through that mode. So for us in Lagos, we're looking at that as well. We're definitely looking at it because that is the only way waste can disappear. We are surrounded by water, limited by space. So no matter anywhere you create a new landfill, people will go there. Nowadays, everybody will say landfill is in the city. All those landfill, no one was living 5-mile radius when they were established. But we noticed, even to the recent one, the Iguelekwe, when the landfill got there, everybody just started living around it. Landfill is like sugar. You put it on the floor, hands will come to it. When hand comes, they come with their colonies and everything. And that's very important that we pay a lot of attention to that. So for us, for young people out there, what are the opportunities that are there that are available for you in the space of waste management? We all need to move away and stop thinking about recycling. Recycling is already started in Lagos. 2019 September, when Governor Sanwo-Olu became the governor, there were only 3 recyclers in Lagos and less than 150 people working in that sector. Informally, 2,000. As I speak now, there's 157 companies that are doing recycling in Lagos, and there are over 15,000 informal and formal staff working in that sector. And the average age of a CEO of a recycling company is 28. So it's already saturated, but there's a part of it that is missing, which is the value chain. In the value chain, when a product has a value, it's not a problem. Have you noticed you don't see cans around you, cans in drainages and everywhere? Because it has a value. 1 kg of can was 350 in 2019. Now it's about 450. 1 kg of can. 1 kg of plastic before Governor Sanwo-Olu was 10 naira. And 1 kg of plastic now is 170 naira. So a lot of people have started taking them. And because there's a value there, a lot of you have started coming. So I can see everybody talk about plastic, recycling. What recycling means to an average Nigerian is simple. You pick the plastic, You wash it, you crush it, you bale it, and you send it to Europe. That time has stopped now. From September, next month, the first bottle-to-bottle business is coming to Lagos. They've already established, they already started production in September. They will start production right in Lagos. And what would that mean to us? 4.5 million bottles of plastic will have to be taken every day from the Lagos front. 365 days, 5 years. That machine cannot be shut down for an hour at all. It has to run for 5 years consecutively with 4.5 million bottles feeding it every day. The company is called PolySmart. They're on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and they are moving with all the recyclers. Because what we have now, all our recyclers collect the bill, they chip, they send to Europe, they send to China, then they come back in pellets, then they make bottles. But now it's here. The real reason why we promote that in Loma is because when you collect this plastic, for an average guy that picks it on the streets, it used to get like 15 naira, 65 naira at the point, but now it's getting 170. But when this company starts, it's going to get 300. Because when that plastic is going to Europe, it leaves at 800 naira. And imagine the person that picked it gets 15 naira. But when it gets to the port, it's 800 naira. There's a lot of middlemen in the middle. So all those now, we've cut them off completely. You need to take your plastic. You can approach anybody, get the right value for it, then it can make you go out there and get more. So for me, what do we need? We need collection technology. There's a Packer map that's been developed, that's being used. All these PolySmart companies and companies that will be using the plastic, they are all supporting that app to ensure smooth collection. But we still know that there are some areas where we need technology or anything to come in and help make the collection very easy and smooth. So there are opportunities there. There are opportunities in setting up mini collection centers in wards or local government where you are domiciled. Because as you look at waste, waste is the next gold, black gold, I call it. Because oil is oil. You see where it's led up to now. 100% of our trucks run on diesel. So this year has been the most difficult year for Loma because 100% of our truck run on diesel. From 237 down to 850 per liter. Operating costs gone up by 300%. Households were not willing to pay before, but even now that you want to make an increase of 50% after the government has subsidized, it's still becoming a bit of a challenge. But the main thing about waste is something you cannot do without. Nobody can keep their waste for more than 2 days. And we know very well that the services that we provide is very essential. But how do we revolutionize and solve this problem? Another opportunity for youth is containerization of waste. Containerization of waste is very important. The reason why in this part of the world, we all see waste everywhere is because people don't have bin. Or I've been sat there, I've consumed two wraps of Tom Tom. Where are they? In my jacket. An average Nigerian will consume that and throw it on the floor. At least somebody will sweep this place tonight. No, the culture has to be with us that we have to keep our waste until it's time for us to dispose it properly. So opportunities for bin. There are 2.7 million household minimum in Lagos that don't have a bin. What can you do about it? That's another challenge for you. We're doing adopt a bin program in Loma, promoting bringing bins in, people buying bins, getting bins of your own. It's just like a plate. In the medieval age, people used to eat in the hand, eat on the floor, eat in your palm. Then we moved to leaves, and now we're using plates. So that exactly applies to us in terms of waste management. If we can all adopt having a bin, we are going to protect that resource that whoever is coming to take it would definitely have it to use. It should be dry, it should be protected, and it should be kept. So those are the kind of things we want us to kind of help to promote. So government is doing a lot of intervention in ensuring that we bring a lot of youthful age to waste management. An average age of a PSP formerly was about 65. And now we've now started seeing 25-year-old PSP because people are now handing over to their kids, and at the same time, new guys are coming up. Because the reality is waste will never finish. As long as we continue to exist, it will exist with us. And to prevent our emission, we need to take proper action from point of generation, separation, collection, disposal, treatment, before we start looking at waste to energy and waste to wealth. And for those of us out there that think about what we're going to do about dump site, the aim is for us to not have a dump site again in the next 5 years. Convert what we have now to waste to energy facility. Take what we have now and convert them to maybe biofuel, refuse-derived fuel, waste to energy, and movable energy generating plants. So those are the kind of things that we're doing. So we've spoken to a lot of proponents, but the reality, we need someone who can take existing and new waste. We just don't need someone that can take new waste. What are we going to do about the existing? The hope for us is for Olusegun to become ground zero, where there's no waste in there. Everything there is taken and there's nothing left in there. Then we know we've done very well. There are different parts of the world that we have some waste generating things like incinerate, where generators are using waste. In Finland, it's there. Luxembourg is there. You pour your waste into it, like you pour diesel into a generator, then it starts to work. So there are things like that that we want to continue to encourage. We also do what we call it. We use sawdust to do briquettes for cement factories to use. We have that plant in Namboa, but Loma can't do it alone. We need a lot of all these innovations coming. And I'll tell you this, if you invest in waste, you can never lose because it never finishes. You just have to have the patience. Once you have the patience, we can all be there together. And I'm very sure we can contribute our quota to climate change in Nigeria, in Lagos, and worldwide as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I told you that the keynote presentation was going to be packed, and you really did an awesome job in not just opening our minds to some of the developments in Lagos, but opportunities for us to make wealth out of waste. Because as you said, the waste will never finish. Please, once again, please welcome him. Please appreciate him. Please make him feel very, very appreciated with a warm round of applause. Please, as he takes his seat, that's the Managing Director and CEO of Loma, Mr. Ibrahim Odumbomi. Well, when you were talking, I just started remembering, when you go abroad and you have big supermarkets, malls, places, retail outlets where you can just, more or less, it's all automated. You just put the bottles in, something is printed out, and then you can use that to discount your shopping bill. And I think we have a lot of that because they already have the warehousing to take on these products. They can also generate wealth. And then that way, even the average shopper is able to say, what, let me make sure that I keep all my bottles, keep all my glass, keep all my refuse or my waste to ensure that I get something back for it. So I think there's so many opportunities, and I didn't even know the statistics on recycling because it seems like every day there's a new recycling company coming up, but what we now need is value across the chain in terms of collection centers. So if you know people are in the retail space, please, this is an opportunity, and we're really encouraged by the government's participation and willingness to collaborate. Thank you very much. Even during the presentation, you extended the hand of collaboration to one of the teams. So we'll move to our second batch of presenters. They will be representing different areas within the climate tech space. So the first team that will be presenting is Rinbox. Please put your hands together for him. I know it's lunch, it's getting to lunchtime, but don't worry, refreshments will still go out. We don't want the energy to dip. It's not easy making these presentations and also facing an esteemed panel of jurors. So when I say please applaud, please, let's put our phones down and let's make sure they're on silent mode, and let's really encourage them. So a warm, rousing round of applause for the representative of Rinbox. I believe Rinbox is supposed to join in, but if they're unable to...
Good morning.
Okay, we're waiting to see you. We can hear you. So please keep speaking as we adjust our screen to ensure that you're showing. Ringbox, are you still there?
Yes, we are here. We are here. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes,
You have 10 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes to take questions. So we can see you now.
We can't share screen. Sorry, we can't share screen from our end. We share screen. I don't know.
It's being worked on at the moment. You can share screen now. You've been given permission.
Okay, can you see our screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Timbe Tedius. My name is Timbe Tedius, and we are the Rainbows. We are a team of young entrepreneurs who are committed to creating local but effective products and services that will enhance the living standard of the underserved people in Africa using the power of innovation, research, innovation, and business. Next slide. We are working on a project in the energy and environmental sustainability, a project called Better Coal. Next slide. Okay, according to our needs assessment, we discover lack of sustainable, clean, and affordable energy in Nigeria. Electricity and gas is too expensive, and also a lot of people lack access to them. So because of that, 60% of urban households and businesses rely on charcoal and firewood for cooking and heating. Next slide. And of course, this leads to deforestation and excess accumulation of CO2 into the atmosphere. Even with the use of charcoal and firewood, households have to use about 300 to 400 naira on cooking energy every day. And smoke from firewood causes a lot of health issues that leads to death. As a matter of fact, in 2019, the World Health Organization report says that about 90,000 Nigerian women and children die every year as a result of smoke inhalation while cooking with firewood. Next slide. So our solution is Better Coal, a smokeless solid cooking fuel made from agro and forest waste materials that help cut costs on cooking energy and to preserve the planet. Next slide. So we are using two locally made technology or machines rather to produce our Better Coal, our solution. One is the carbonization machine that is made from a metal drum. It is used in carbonizing the agro waste. And then the second one is the lever press machine, which is made from wood and is used in pressing the biochar, which is produced from the carbonization chamber, into blocks of fuel for cooking. Next slide. Okay, the market analysis. The urban Nigeria alone contains over 22.3 million households and about 18.5 million food businesses who use cooking energy to survive. Market analysis continue. The urban energy has the value of about 46.7 billion naira every year and is increasing at the rate of 2.66% per year. And this includes just gas, charcoal, and firewood without electricity. So our major competitors here in this industry include charcoal and firewood. Charcoal takes 40% and firewood takes 60%. These two, 20% rather, these two sources of fuel are preferred because charcoal, of course, is 70% less smokeless because it produces smoke only at the initial stage of the fire, but subsequently it doesn't produce smoke. And then firewood is readily available, and of course, it's very cheap. So that is why they prefer them. However, these two sources of cooking energy also has disadvantages. One, firewood smokes a lot, which causes health problems. Charcoal is very messy to handle and also expensive to transport. It takes about 10 minutes to light the both of them, and then no quality assurance. Charcoal is being produced from numerous types of trees around. There's no quality assurance, even firewood. And then there is high price fluctuation. Even though it is produced from different types of trees, the price always remains the same. So Betterco intend to replace these two sources of cooking energy in Nigeria in the industry. In urban Nigeria, starting from Makurdi, Benue State, where we are currently operating. Now, our unique selling points. Betterco, of course, is smokeless, easy handling and transportation because it is well packed in cartons. It lights within 5 minutes. That has been tested and is working very fine. It burns 30 minutes longer than charcoal, also tested. Zero sparks, it doesn't produce sparks. It's available all year round. There is no breakage in our supply. And of course, it's very cheap because 1 kg goes for 100 naira. Next slide. Now, our business model, we sell Betterco to household and food businesses to make profit. At every 1 kg of Betterco sold, 30% profit is realized. Our plans for customer acquisition and market distribution. We are making use of online tools for advertisement. We have our Facebook page. We also make use of WhatsApp and Twitter. Then we are also, to acquire our customers, we are also making use of a test and buy strategy, where we give our new customers a little of our product to test. When they test and they confirm good, they become our customers. Marketing and distribution, direct sales to customers. We make supply directly to customers from our factory, then sell and get percentage, where we give some cartons of Betterco to store owners around the town. They sell this and then they get a percentage for every package sold. We are also exploring the strategy of pay at month end, where we connect with institutions and we supply to them and then they pay us at the end of every month. Next slide. Impact. Betterco serves income. Of course, 1 kg of Betterco goes for 100 naira, unlike charcoal, which goes for about 200 naira here in Makurdi, and it takes an average household 400 naira to be able to supply energy for its home in a day. Or Betterco, 2 kg of Betterco can be good for a day for a family size of about 5 to 6 persons. Of course, Betterco saves trees because it makes use of agro waste and also prevents CO2 accumulation. We all know that the cutting down of trees leads to deforestation, and we know that it also cuts the process of photosynthesis, which enable trees to absorb CO2 into them and then prevents it from being stored into the atmosphere and then causing climate change. Betterco, of course, saves life from the smoke that the household users or the business people inhale and then causing health problems to them. Manage agro waste. We are making use of agro waste, which we then convert to valuable products. 1 ton of agro waste produces 400 kg of Betterco. That is very nice. Creates job opportunities for men and women. Yeah, we have farmers who bring this agro waste. We pay them while they bring it to us. Then they make a little income from it. And also we have about 5 persons here that we're working with, apart from our major team, have about 5 persons we are working with currently. Next slide. With the budget of 5 million, we intend to produce a capacity to construct machines that will produce a capacity of Betterco of up to 1 ton per day. 1.6 million to construct a 150 to 200 kg agro waste carbonization machine. Then 1 million to construct a 400 kg press machine. 500,000 to construct 3.5 kilowatt adjustable weigh mixer, and then 400 to construct a crusher, 1 million to build a production factory, and then 500,000 to cover management and other operational costs. So these are financials and break-even analysis. Assuming we have investment of 5 million naira, and then we have a 1 ton per day production plant rather, and then we are, because the new product we are selling to customer at the rate of increasing rate of 20% consumption at the price of 100 naira. In the first quarter, we sell 18 tons of better coal and produce 1.8 million naira. While in the fourth quarter, we will sell 31.0 tons and then make 3.1 million naira in revenue. Following this scenario, better coal will break even based on the investment. Better coal will break even in the third quarter, year 2.
Better call. Okay, you see on your final slide. Can you do this in 30 seconds because you're out of time?
Thank you. Investing in better coal is a contribution to achieving SDG 7, clean and affordable energy for all, SDG 13, action for the climate, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, SDG 12, life online, and SDG 1, no poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much from Ringbox for that presentation. That's the power of technology. We can all share ideas and be connected just with that internet connection. So we'll take questions from our jurors and we have 5 minutes for you to answer it. So 5 minutes for answering
thank you.
questions. So do we have any questions from any of our jurors?
Well, what you have done is production of briquette, I think.
Yes, exactly, sir.
Briquette. So the name Better Coal is maybe a trade name.
It's a brand name.
It's a brand name for you. So definitely, I just want to correct that. So it's not a new innovation. It's just a way to produce briquette. That's what I've seen there. So we should talk briquette. How do you ensure, how do you think you can ensure continuous availability of the raw materials you'll be using? And I check your slide 15, where you put the income and the revenue. You didn't actually care for your production cost. You only talk about the output, how much it will go for, and how much in the revenue. So that means probably you need to look into that economic line as well. So my question is, how do you ensure continuous availability of the raw material for the production of briquette? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Just before you answer, I would like you to take all the questions at once because you only have about 5 minutes. So I believe there's another question.
Yeah, I think it's a follow-up question to that on your point around the projections is because it seems very competitive, this 100 naira per kilogram, but the inputs you were using seemed quite energy intensive. So I just wanted to check what your assumptions were about the OPEX and the energy expenses.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions from any of our jurors? I believe you have the question, so please go ahead with your answer.
All right, thank you so much for answering the first question. Here we are doing a training with the local women who produce agro waste. Yeah, so we have actually trained about 20 of them and they have been certified too. So we'll be working with them and we intend to also train more that will be producing those, be supplying those agro waste to us. So that is what we are using, sir. I hope this answers your question.
You still have a second question, and the question had to do with the operating expenses because you noted that it was very energy, it consumed a lot of energy. So how competitive are those numbers? And the other question was about the availability of your raw materials. How will you ensure that your raw materials are available all year round to produce?
Okay, let me answer the last one, and then maybe the person that asked the question will go over again for the second question. All right, to answer the last question, what's the question again? Okay, it costs about 17 naira to produce 1 kg of better coal. Yes, and the machines we are using currently are they are produced by us and are also produced from materials around the environment, which are not too expensive. So it costs about 17 naira to produce 1 kg of better coal. So when you do the calculation, that is how we arrive at those figures in the table. So I hope that
You
answers your
ensure
question.
availability of raw materials throughout the year.
Okay. So well, we make use of different raw materials, rice hulls, and here in Makurdi we have abundant.
We can hear you. You said here in Makurdi.
Yes, in Makurdi here we have abundant of it here. We have rice hulls, which is produced from rice maize. We also have corn stalks from farmers. We have almost at all stage of the year, all period of the year, we have raw materials from different sources.
Okay, thank you for your answers. Please let's applaud here. And for those virtually, you can also give them a digital applause in the comment section. Thank you, Rimbox, for your presentation. We'll be moving to the next team in this batch. We have 3 teams in this batch. So we've heard from Rimbox, and next is Co-Boyd. Please put your hands together for the representative of Co-Boyd. We're not that many, so we'll have to double up with the applause. Thank you. No, I'm not going to take that. A warm round of applause for Co-Boyd. 10 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for Q&A.
I won't bore you with stories about the regular or conventional Portland cement. Of course, the building we are, whether we are aware or not, the major material used here, of course, will be cement, that is conventional cement. And so it is no story that the conventional cement is second to water of the most consumed material on earth. However, you're also aware that this same cement is responsible for over 4 million deaths of humans annually, according to one report. Good afternoon, my name is Abiodun Matthew, and I represent Team Co-Boyd. Here, we take solid waste around and then transform them to durable, affordable, high-strength cement, mortar, cladding materials, as well as other concrete materials or products. And of course, I have my teammates. One of them is Musa Sule, who happened to be an investment specialist, if you like, a great guy. And another one, Peter Isho, who is well-grounded in building technology, design, and lastly, a female among us is Adewumi Adegoroye, a chemist, but who also loves to teach and write as well. So at Co-Boyd, that is what we do. Like I mentioned earlier, remember, cement is the second to the most consumed material on earth. And cement is also the second emitter of carbon dioxide on earth, including the construction industry. So if you want to work alongside us in mitigating climate change, of course, we know the problems. With every 1 ton of cement you produce, or 1 kg of cement you produce, for example, what happens is you spew into the atmosphere 900 grams of carbon dioxide. So with this, you agree with me, if we are to go by what is going on in the world, as much as we will continue to need infrastructures, buildings, and all that, we will continue to spew into the atmosphere what? Carbon dioxide. 2, the production process of ordinary or conventional cement is also energy intensive. That further driving the CO2 level in the world. And of course, there's one that is so pathetic as well, the third one. The bypass dust that you see around where cement is manufactured. It affects just everyone, including the biodiversity. And the degradation that follows extraction of materials for cement or conventional cement production. So these are some of the problems, apart from the unstable nature of conventional cement. So now what are the solutions? Well, our solution is low carbon cement or green cement. How? Well, it is a kind of cement that is based on chemistry this time around and doesn't consume so much energy as well. And it takes advantage of waste you could find everywhere. So we use solid waste and therefore impacting or reducing the impact of extraction on the environment, and at the same time, taking advantage of the waste, the huge waste you could see around us. I listened to the MD of Loma the other time. Around Lagos, we have artificial mountains of stuffs. We could take advantage of such, apart from the fact that our cement is so fast in strength development. What is more, since we upcycle waste, it is possible to make available high strength, durable, sustainable, and affordable cement for everyone, particularly in Nigeria, that we know that the price of cement continues to, Right. The first one, our cement or our low carbon cement or green cement is water resistant, fire proof, and resistant to corrosive substances, and of course, severe climate changes. And so it's much more stable than the conventional cement. So these are some of the things we've done. Our products, they are green, taking advantage of either furnace slag, artisanal waste, and of course, biomass waste, and all sorts of waste that you can find around. And our products are supporting the following SDG goals: 3, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 15. So the timeline of our products, some years ago, about 2017, of course, we're working with production and installation of cladding materials, and we're using upcycle waste to do that. And then 2018, we also discovered how to use plastic as binder. That by 2019, we carry out the research and discover this green binder. Some call it activated alkaline activated cement or geopolymer. So that is the technology we are using. And of course, I said earlier, why should we take the action now? Well, there's emergency in the world. The rising CO2 emissions, the pollutions, the climate change, the pandemics, the natural disasters. And of course, look at this, what is going on. If you want to stem the rising CO2, invest in green cement because it's a leading cause or source of CO2. And why is this urgent? The following SDGs, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13, very, very important to us. And of course, it's time to walk the talk and not just talk.
You only have 2 more minutes.
All right, the traction, so that some of those things we've done recently, and then what we intend to do in the nearest future, produce cement and mortar. And our markets, you can see real estate developers, professionals in the building construction industries, and construction material suppliers and dealers, and of course, adults who have been come and can build houses. The available market for us, 20.7 million metric per annum. And of course, the serviceable is just 15 million metric ton. And what we can obtain is just this, a fraction of the market. And our competitors are the big guys in the cement industry in Nigeria, like you can see their names. And our advantages, low energy consumption, of course, low CO2 emission, strong, durable, and of course, using available waste around us. These are approaches using social media, partnership with those in our industry and in construction material market, and tertiary institutions where we could learn more or do research. My teams, these are the wonderful people. Thank you so much. We appreciate your partnership. And of course,
Thank you very much. Please remain on stage. I think we can do better with a warm round of applause. Yes. It isn't easy getting through the different stages and coming here to present with all eyes on you. So now we'll take questions from our jurors. You have 5 minutes, so I'll get you all your questions at once so you can answer. So I'll just go around the room if we have any questions.
Sorry, to me, this look more like abstract. I have to be sincere, sir. I can't really pick precisely what it is all about. I don't know, maybe you could have like a 30 seconds to just explain to me what you have done or what you want to do. Yes, I could just pick 1, 2, 3, just look like when we do what we call a paper review. That's how so I didn't really understand the in-depth of the idea.
Thank you very much. I guess again, a follow on I think you talked a lot about the product and the technology, and from my understanding, you've produced it and you have some samples that you've looked at. Have you had sales yet?
Thank you.
Have you sold it already?
Not yet, but we have them ready for the market.
Okay, so then I think for this kind of presentation, what's missing is even if it's you haven't sold it or gone to market, it's just the economics. How much does it cost to produce? How does it? What's your expected margin? What is your production capacity? How does this compete against what's existing in the market? I think also addressing who your competitors are, because I'm still not certain whether this is a cement in the classic sense, or whether it would be like fitting with the plastic bricks and that kind of material that's out there. So I think a little bit more of an analysis about that would really, really like power your presentation a lot more. But I think the idea is great, that you've been working on it is great. It's just that's the next step that you would be wanting to address.
Okay.
Okay, we have one more question. So you remember the first is to give an idea of what the product is and then your numbers.
Maybe this will just help. I feel the source of your waste that you're looking at, is it going to be sorted, or you're using the municipal waste where you're collecting from? Did you do the maths of collection vis-a-vis what you're going to be producing? What's the difference in market price of the cement and yours? Why should we go for that? I think you need to just quickly go over it so that you would understand what you're saying.
Thank you. To address the first one, please, the idea is about taking, for example, a substance or material with aluminum, silica, then play on their chemistry, and you have a cement much more stronger than the conventional cement. Is that at home, please? Thank you. So we take waste, like I said. For example, where they recycle. Well, thank you. For example, you go to where they recycle steel, for example, steel. Yes. They are waste, for example, among other ways that we could take advantage of. So they have such chemical composition that we can play on their chemistry and then turn them to cement. And of course, the same rubble or demolition waste can also be reused again, taken back to the loop. Then we turn into binder or mortar that can be used in construction for construction purposes. And so that is what you saw in the pictures, what we have done with them. Yeah. All right, thank you. Let me recap again. Yeah, let me recap again.
It's 4. I know in business sense it may not be 4 because you have to put something in there. A workout will not produce feed and give you the active ingredients all in all. There are some secrets in there. So I don't expect that. What I just want to understand is, for instance, okay, I pick a metallic ion that has aluminum silicate. Well, I did some chemistry. Then I still have to put the a byproduct of a demolished house, cement, like you said, before I can make a cement of my choice. Is that the procedure?
Sorry, let me take back a bit. The procedure is you were going there, but of course, using rubbles or demolition waste, they are just like fillers for us.
They have just
fillers for us. The same way you take your conventional cement and add aggregate. So the rubbles are like aggregate that we add to the binder we make in-house. So like I said, the materials we use for our binder, they have certain chemical composition. And their chemical composition, of course, is a reflection of most of the things you see on Earth. And so that is why the technology is called either geopolymer or sometimes.
Yeah, that means you have like what we can just call a concentrate. Not the material that is
yes, cement. That's our cement. Yes. So it's our cement. So the cement could take whatever waste, whatever you have around as either filler or for whatever purpose we desire to achieve. And then, so
sorry, you're out of time. I'm sorry.
Did that answer your question? Okay, all right.
So I think I can understand where you are coming from and where we are going. Okay. It's only that there are some things we are trying to look at to score you. That's why we are trying to ask those questions so that we can really know if it fits into how to really get the best out of your presentation. It's a nice idea. I know what you are talking about to reduce pollution. Yes. And then the CO2 emission. Yes, I know.
Affordable cement. Yes.
I know. Yeah. No, the affordability, you can't say it can be cheap in the beginning. Before, there's what we call brewery waste. You can just go to any brewery to pack it to do feed. But now, when you go there now, they sell it. You understand? So as it progresses, it may be affordable now. It may no longer be affordable later. Just put that at the back of your mind.
Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. I know I had earlier mentioned that we'll only have 3 teams, but because of time, we'll have 4 teams in this batch. So we've had 2 teams now, and we'll be moving to our 3rd team. And the representative of Qualum Technologies, I believe, is on hand to present their great idea. So let's make them feel welcome with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Victor from Qualum Technologies, and we are here to present our solution worked on during the hackathon. Our problem. Our daily household consumption in Nigeria attributes to...
You have to use the mic as it's being recorded, so please place it close to the mouth, yes.
Okay, so thank you. our household consumption is causing over 70% of our carbon emissions today. And our solution, PowerFlow, seeks to resolve this. To ease the transition into cleaner energy sources, we are trying to take the steps Tesla did in the electric vehicle company. What Tesla did was to make aesthetically pleasing devices and also functional that will get the attention of all users just from looking at it only. Our first iteration last year was PowerFlow 500, and from that, we were able to get feedback from our users. PowerFlow 500 is an all-in-one energy storage device, which we intended for remote workers and small businesses. After pushing PowerFlow 500, we got feedbacks, and people wanted either a higher capacity unit or they felt this was not as portable as we said it was. So you want to be able to carry it around. And to solve this, this PowerFlow 500 being used, feedback. So to solve this, we pose a smaller one to be more portable, and I have it right here as well. This is one of the solutions we are also proposing, and this is going to be modular. So for example, if someone wants to use DC components, they can easily detach it and either use DC components with the battery, so the battery is fixed, or they can get extra batteries to this and expand the batteries, right? And also for, if they want to power their AC devices like their laptops, they can attach a module for that as well. And our next step into a higher power system is PowerFlow. So this is PowerFlow 200M. Then our current solution we're working on now is PowerFlow 2000 and higher. So PowerFlow 2000 is still the working principle. PowerFlow 500 is all-in-one inverter, battery, charger, our control system. So everything is inbuilt. And the beauty of PowerFlow 500 is we're trying to make it as aesthetically pleasing as possible. We're trying to make it as functional in the sense that we're trying to currently monitor the user's consumption. We're giving them updates on how their solar charging time will be, how their grid charging time will be. We're giving them projections on, okay, if you're using the unit for a set period of time, this is how long it can last you. And we're also giving them the opportunity to constantly either monitor and also schedule on and off times as well. So during our hackathon, we were able to perform integration tests for PowerFlow 2000. We're able to set up a live dashboard. And as a matter of fact, if you go to powerflow.com.ng/PS-demo, you'll be able to see the live data coming from this demonstration unit right now. So currently, we can get data from units. We have a gateway right there. We can get data from units. We log it over time for future projections. And we also are able to keep track of total consumption. And in the future iterations, we hope to create a system where we have an automatic changeover between grid and the PowerFlow, and a more robust system where user can schedule load on and off times. So for example, you want to turn off your freezer at a certain time, you can do that. And we're going to integrate that in our next iteration. So a more ambitious project, electric vehicles. Yeah, we're going to come up to electric vehicles maybe sometime in the future, but we hope to increase our capacity with our iterations of our energy products. And once you get to this point, you'll be surprised to what we can do. So in conclusion, the transition to energy is a gradual process. We believe with innovative ideas, anything is possible. Thank you.
Love how you just kept the time. So we'll have the questions now from our jurors.
Okay. Well, this is a direct and straightforward. This is good for a country like ours. It's good actually. How affordable is this? That is one. How affordable is it? And your materials, are they locally sourced or you have to get some outside? Please note that. Then what I would say, do you have like, what are the packages you want to have? You know, Nigeria is filled with a different class of economy, high, medium, low. What do you have for people from the lower help if they want to benefit? Those are the questions.
Okay, do we have any more questions?
I think I must commend your innovation and the fact that you can detach, use the AC, and then, but I think you want to demonstrate that here. That's why you have this. So maybe in a few seconds, just for us to see. Sorry.
Okay, I think those are all the questions. So did you get the first question? Okay. Affordability, looking at the different plans, and also that's differentiation in the market, and also how you get your raw materials. Are you sourcing them locally or are you importing them? You have to use the mic. It's being recorded.
Thank you. So for affordability, last year we tested with Powerful 500, which is 100. Can I bring that Powerful 500? So which is that middle one. So we tested with that. We tested with developers and some small businesses, but we didn't peg it at our actual selling price. But that was like a demo price. So that price was for 150,000 naira. Although people said that was not affordable because they wanted to pay over a period of time, but we could not afford that at that time. So we did not provide instrumental payment. But we know that if we are scaling up the production, the cost is going to reduce greatly because as of last year, we're testing our supplier chain. So right now we have suppliers that we can get them directly. We have someone here that can help us with processing the shipment, and that's going to reduce the cost of production as well. So
they're imported.
Yeah, we're importing some materials. So I'll get to the question of what materials are we importing. Sir?
I said 0.5 kV. That's 500, if I may be right.
This 500 watts, yes.
0.5. That goes for 150.
As last year.
Definitely this year should be around 200.
No. This year will not be. If we're scaling up production, like I said, we've already gotten.
I was at the Shola's shop yesterday to get a battery. I know how much.
Okay, sir. Currently,
you know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Currently, we already have suppliers that we're in touch with, so we know how much we can get. Like what we get. Like we import our batteries, we import some other like peripherals on the system as well. But the enclosures are done here, and our PCBs, we don't get the PCB. We send our designs to them, and we get the boards here, and we use. Mount the boards here in Nigeria. So the only thing we really get is really just the battery and other like peripherals like our screws and whatnot. But the major thing is the enclosure is mostly the housing of the unit is fabricated here, and designs are sent out for the boards to be gotten. Then okay, presentation. So this is Powerful 2000. These are our gateway. Powerful 2000 has an optional gateway. So this gateway is what we use for our data logging and monitoring. Then, sorry? Yeah, okay. So the gateway is for our monitoring and logging, and is to be connected through a communication cable with the Powerful. So it's optional. So what is also optional is an expandable battery port. So the user can get an external battery if this internal battery is not enough. So add the option as well. So with our gateway, you can remotely turn it on and off. Like I said, if you I've lost my slide, but if you go to powerful.com.ng/PS demo right now, you can see live data coming from this unit. And you'll be able to see, if it turns on the load, you'll be able to see it live.
I think we're now out of time. Thank you very much, Colomb Technologies. Please, if we're going to applaud them, let's applaud them very well. Thank you. So like I said, we'll take one more team to do their presentation. Right after that, we'll have our keynote presentation, then the final batch of presenters. And then of course, we'll have the fireside chat go on as we have some refreshments passed out and our jurors come together to determine the winners. So that's the program for the end of the day. I'm saying it because I know that we're going out of time and we just want you to stay with us till the very end. We're keeping to time as much as we can, and we understand it's a Friday. So we've had to move some things around. So I know if you look at the agenda, you see, oh, but this should have come first, but it's all bearing the time management in mind. So we'll now move to the last team for this second batch. Please put your hands together for Trash Cycler. Trash Cycler.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, our dignified jurors. I'd like to just start by saying, by appreciating the MD of Loma. He has done majorly all of the jobs, all the job I need to do, but I'm just going to give you a brief intro about what Trash Cycler stands for. So, my name is Ruben Kaine. I'm the founder. And I have my wonderful colleagues joining me online. So, our overview. The informal collection remains the most extensive networking of recyclable materials recovery in developing countries. And what Trash Cycler is doing is putting the key to collection of waste, putting the keys to the solution of waste collection in the hands of our audience, in the hands of individuals, that's you and I. So our method, or we said over 2,000 small scale businesses in Lagos State, Nigeria alone are uncoordinated and in operational silos and in an industry that is disconnected. So what Trash Cycler is doing is we've innovated a smart waste collection, smart waste solution rather, that facilitates the recovery of sorted waste materials through an agent collectors model. You can call that an Airbnb or Uber for waste, right? An Airbnb in the sense that agents can list their space and use their space in storing recyclable materials, cartons, PETs, metals. They can store them in their space. And when it gets to a threshold of about, say, 500, 800, we pick them from them. So it makes our collection localized, right? In the communities where our agents operate. So they have this local network. They understand the terrain very well. So they should know better than us. So we bring them in, they list their space, then they onboard collectors, because they also have the informal collectors. We call them the free range collectors that goes about to pick items from homes. So they are used to them, they know them, they can then onboard them and ask them to go bring items, and they store the items that has been brought. So what are we using to track all these things that I just mentioned? With Trash Cycler, anyone, anywhere can request for their sorted waste material to be picked up through our USSD or WhatsApp bot and get an instant reward upon recovery. Instant reward. Please note that word, because most at times, as in from what we have seen from our surveys, most of it's about coins, it's about build-ups. Okay, you get, once you recycle with us, you get a coin, and later you come to redeem. But that's not the case with Trash Cycler. You get paid instantly, because the value of what you're giving out will be told to you immediately, and the money that you need to pay, of course, will also be shared with our agents. So the problem, Nigeria's population is estimated to be about 260 million, and which makes it the 6th most populous country. So like the MD has said, waste is something that will stay, that will stay with us. It's something that will be continuous. We have a global estimate of 3.40 billion tons of waste by the year 2050, and this is going to soar by the year 2050. The problems we are seeking to solve is About 1% of urban population survives on salvaging recyclables. 1%. Then we have over 90% of waste generated are not recycled. We also have waste producers cannot dispose recyclables effectively. So, and also decentralized systems. This is our value chain. This is our recyclable waste value chain. We have the waste producers. So the waste producers can either request for a pickup or a drop-off using our system. Then if it's a pickup request, it goes to the collector, right? But through our network, we are able to, once they make the request, it gets to us, we route the request to the agents. The agents, since they know the collectors and they know the terrain, they know the collector that can be close to that location, they send a message or a call to the collector who goes to pick this waste from the waste producer. Then if it's a drop-off request, it goes straight to our storage center, which is the agents. It goes to their hub. Then we have our logistics team go to pick up this waste. Then, of course, it comes to us as we process, and it gets to the manufacturing firm. These are the chains we go through. So we have end-to-end data visibility. So we can trace materials from where they are coming from, right? We also have waste tracing per material type because we have various kinds of materials. So we have waste tracing per material type. We have existing players in corporation. So people that are already on the system can be incorporated into our system. So we have the waste we collect: plastics, cartons, as I've mentioned, aluminum cans, PETs, metals, pure water nylons, and composite materials. So this is our platform, our USSD. We are adapting our USSD to also speak to our local audience. Like, it's going to be in local language. It's going to be in local Nigerian language. It's going to be in Yoruba. It's going to be in, it depends on the locations we will be. But firstly, we want to use Yoruba for the Southwestern region. Then we also have a WhatsApp bot, and this is the scale we're using currently. This is our mobile app. Agents can sign up. Once they sign up, they can log in. It takes them to their dashboard where they can see the pickup requests, see household materials price list, see their wallets, and add drop-off. So when it's time for them to add drop-off, they ensure that their Bluetooth is turned on to the scale. And once that is connected, they can then click whether the person is a waste producer or a collector or an SME/enterprise business. So we're also appealing to SMEs and enterprise businesses. So we're not just based on the collectors and the waste producers alone. So supermarkets can also be part of our initiative. They can do a loyalty service for their customers, where customers can return probably a carton and get back a product probably of lesser value or the same value. Then we go to these are the items we collect per kilogram. So they can add these items. They can try to add PETs. Okay, once they get, okay, this is the total number of kilogram. PET is 7 kg. And how much am I to pay? I'm to pay the person 350 naira. If it's household material, they just click on this. There's a drop down here that shows the material. If it's a 32 inches television, it tells them the price and tells them their commission instantly. So we also have a web app. We also have a web app, and
you have about 2 more minutes.
Where people can sign in. So this is our recovery model. We have 35% goes to the waste producer, 20% goes to the collector. I'm sorry about the display because it was done on Google Drive. 20% goes to the collectors, and also 15% goes to the agent that stores the waste. Just about 35 comes to us. Minimum threshold for agents for our collection is 500 kilogram to 800 kilogram. So where our key partners are the manufacturing companies, specific financiers of long-term contracts and partnerships within the partnerships, we also have business enterprise agents and collectors alike. So we also have our operation and maintenance, which involves us because we also process. So we have baling. We will intend using baling and crushing machine to do that. And basically, I will just go into the cost structure. What we want to use your money for.
Unfortunately, there's no time for that.
Sorry, let me just explain.
No, it's 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions and answers. Maybe one of the questions will allow you to speak to your numbers, but it's good feedback for time management for your next presentation. Okay. So we'll take questions from our jurors. Do we have any? Okay, should we give him 2 minutes out of his?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we'll give you 1 minute.
Okay, great. So this is what we want to use.
No, you have to move to the next slide, which is the numbers itself.
Okay. So basically, for the roadmap, we are targeting getting about 500 potential end customers to make a pickup request up through, because we also run a physical advert. We also run a physical and a social media advert. So sorry, the indication here is 5,000, and we also want to train 100 potential agents. We want to train 100 potential agents. Then for the mobile features we are looking to do is, currently, we know that most people do not have the startup capital to be able to buy the skill and also get some of the materials. So we're also having a loan facility for them. We're also looking to synergize a partnership with one of our loan firms that can give them that money to start up and get the material, the assets that will be needed for the business. Once they get the assets, after the first offtake we do for them, we'll pay our loan financiers from it. They also get like a map up they have put on the loan. Then also health insurance. We also are working with a firm that allows agents 1,200 a month for their health insurance. Then that's a stipend they pay for it on a monthly basis. Then savings. We also want to encourage agents to save. Then we also want to encourage them into to have a wallet system. So basically, we have also run through some of the these are competitors. We have Recyclers, we have Kuleba in Cote d'Ivoire. We have this is representing the last one. Mobile Arts is representing all the processing firms. So they do not have this network that we have: the recovery, decentralization, the online and offline collection technology, the fast disposal time, and the independent business development. They do not have these things. So these are the major catchment areas. These are the major points where major place where we know we have a stronghold.
I think you've done a good job with the 1-2 minutes on your financials. Yes, let's give him a round of applause. And then we'll go straight to the questions from the jurors.
Thank you. It was a really pretty presentation and really well presented as well. I think coming from like a consumer standpoint, this app market, like as everyone knows, there's a gajillion out there. And so it's like you really have to make that extra mile to differentiate yourself between one that's existing and another that's kind of coming up as well. And from what I gathered from the model that you presented is that actually where the value add is with the agent or the aggregator that maybe is not tech enabled, and to create that partnership by providing the tech platform to help them work and to connect with this. So that's where I think, but it doesn't come out yet. Like I feel like I had to kind of come to that conclusion myself. So I think that's the first thing, is to make that clear and maybe align. Okay. That's what you want to do. And then the second bit is just around the material, like segregation. Like I think where it's cumbersome is that it's like all the individual has to go and choose which material it is that you're weighing, which requires the collector to have it all separated. And I think from a implementation standpoint, you might need to think about that a little bit. There's some tools out there as well that you could be using to assess what materials, like even if it's not segregated, to try and weigh and separate it as well.
Okay.
Feedback. Do we have a question? I think we'll only have about a minute or so to answer. If there are no questions, let's once more give him a round of applause. Trash Cyclers, the representative. So we still have one more batch of presenters, and we have two more teams to be presenting. But like I said earlier on, we'll move straight to our keynote presentation. Refreshments will be shared after our final batch of presenters while the jurors rub minds and put their heads together to determine who goes home with the prizes. So please, once again, let's make her feel welcome. I'm inviting our second keynote speaker. You've heard her speak earlier on. She's asked a lot of questions as a juror and been very active. So please, if your hands are not too busy, give her a warm round of applause. I'm speaking of Eunice Sampson, Director of Climate Change and Sustainability, EY.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, are we tired?
The good afternoon was very weak. I think we can do better than that. Good afternoon.
Okay, so when sustainability is being discussed and when climate change is the topic, you cannot afford to be cold. Have you heard of global warming? Okay, so I've already been introduced, and from what we can see, we might be running slightly out of time, so I'll just go straight to the point. I'm talking about green tech, a sustainable approach to tackling global warming. Okay, so as an introduction, I just want to hit the nail on the head by saying that the flourishing societies and economies of the future are the ones that are able to leverage the current crisis in our climate to find lasting solutions that will benefit them and also their future generations. One of the things we've noticed in consulting, as I was introduced, you could see that I work with Ernst & Young, one of the 4 biggest consulting firms in the world. We still see a lot of our clients or potential clients living in denial. They just see sustainability or climate change as a hype because it's not something they are used to. They've not been hearing it over and over again. It's just something they started hearing maybe in the last decade, especially in this part of the world. So many of them still think, please, what is this sustainability, climate change. And especially as one of, our speakers had mentioned earlier, some of us may not be feeling the impact yet, but it's very real. And we have to understand that it has come to stay and we have to find a lasting solution to it. Okay, so, but the beauty of it all, the way I see it, is that this is more of an opportunity than a challenge. And let me tell you why. Humanity and the human beings among all the species that exist, we are the strongest, right? We are the most rational. And we distinguish ourselves from all other living species. Why? Because we can think, we can innovate, we can create, we can easily adapt. And when problems come, we do our best to find solutions. So climate change will not be the first human challenge, and it's not going to be the last. So it is an opportunity for us to leapfrog from where we are now to a better future. Do you believe me? It is, actually. And I do say that for Africa especially, this is our second chance. This is our second chance. When we had the challenge of cancer, for example, when cancer patients were recording like 100% death, it was like the world was to come to an end, right? Because we didn't know to what extent it will spread, right? We didn't know anything about cancer. But the human innovative spirit found a solution. We are not there yet, but as of today, up to 60 to 70% of cancer patients do survive. So it's a challenge, and we must see it as such and find a solution to it. It's not a death sentence. I believe we can beat this, but we are not going to beat it sitting idle. There's a lot to do. We need to think, even understand what climate change is to start with. right? If we do not understand the problem, we cannot possibly find the solutions, right? So we need to sit down and think. And for us in Africa, I see this as an opportunity. These are all the challenges, right? The trends we are facing right now as a result of climate change. Green targets are being set everywhere. We see, the threat of, intensified inequalities and social divides, because a lot of farmers will not be able to carry out their traditional trade. A lot of fishermen and fisherwomen will not be able to carry out their traditional trade as a result of climate changes, right? So it actually threatens to even worsen our socioeconomic situation. And then renewable energy and sustainable transportation is now the new language. These are some of the things we didn't hear about 20 years ago. And then also as a trend, green financing, with trillions of dollars out there at the global level, for you to leverage, but there are conditions, right? There are conditions. You need to be able to meet the eligibility criteria that have been set for you to be able to access those funds. And suddenly we are hearing about sustainable supply chain. And people are wondering, look, I just buy these things from these vendors. What's my problem with, ensuring the sustainability of my supply chain? This is important because as we will get to know sooner than later, your supply chain is now integral to your business. And if you do not get it right with your supply chain, it will come back to haunt the business. And then these are some of the challenges. Okay, so global temperatures are rising. Rainfall is rising. Extreme weather conditions everywhere. In I think what year? Around July 2020, about 200 deaths were recorded in Germany from flooding. So many things are happening. And we are also hearing from experts that, the current migration challenges that we're already all crying about, we are the beneficiaries of migration. So we might not see it as a problem. But at the global level, in the developed economies, they're already crying foul. Some are claiming that their countries are being taken over. And especially Nigerians, wherever we go, we dominate. So we are a problem, we are a problem to the developed economies. So, but we are hearing that from this problem of climate change, more migrations will happen, and even worse than we currently struggle with. But of course, there are also opportunities and what I would like to call the good news. So the Paris Agreement is compelling businesses and governments to do the needful, set targets to reduce greenhouse gases, increase their renewable energy use in their energy mix, and so on. So there is good news. It's not all about bad news. And like I said earlier, I do believe we can beat this. Now we are hearing about electronic vehicles, right? So these are opportunities that were not there before, that the new challenge is throwing up, and it is up to us to open our eyes, see the opportunities, see where we fit in, and how we can overturn these challenges and make them opportunities. And then these are some of the actions that are required from both the public and the private sector. We need to drive, carbon markets. It's already something that is trending in a lot of other societies. But thank God for the recent climate change acts in Nigeria. I think there's a provision now for carbon allocations for different sectors, even though it has not taken off fully, but at least there's good news, and there's hope that, very soon we'll have our own carbon market. And what that does is that it encourages businesses and institutions to actually carry out sustainable initiatives that will earn them carbon credits. Government needs to be bolder in incentivizing the market and mandating change. It's one thing to have an act. It's actually another thing to implement it. And that, I think all of us should try, especially the young innovators out here, try and pick up that document, the Nigeria Climate Act, read it, and I'm sure you are going to get a lot of ideas from it and business opportunities as well. Activate climate solutions. incentivize the design and delivery of green initiatives. And when I sent a mail to Mr. Afolabi, I was very excited, really. I said, wow, this is a good thing to be, these are the kind of things we need to be doing at this time. And all hands must be on deck to support initiatives like this because it is the future. It is the future. Okay, so these are some of the impediments we are likely to face: unclear investment goals, PPP failures, because everybody has different motives. So when you come together in Nigeria, especially to collaborate on one project, you know, at some point you get to understand that, not in all cases, but in some cases you get to understand that the perspectives and the vision of all the different players are different. And we see a lot of PPP failures in Nigeria. But if we are to get it right, you know, climate change is not a battle that one person can fight. We must all collaborate to be able to do this. And the regulatory and policy uncertainty, you know, one government comes and the policy changes. But when I saw the climate bill being passed into law last year, I was very excited. At least we are on track, you know, to meeting climate commitments, both nationally and at the global level. And then, of course, insufficient benefits and incentives. A lot of the time when you start a climate-related business or you have a climate solution, it's not something that will generate money from day one. Like one of our speakers has said earlier, you have to be patient and you have to believe in the idea that you have. And you have to be focused on how to convert that idea into a flourishing business. So don't expect, all of you that are here today competing, don't expect that even if you emerge winners, by tomorrow you'll be driving a Lexus Jeep. You have to be realistic. You have to be focused. And that is why those that do well in these green businesses are those that believe. They even understand why their solution is critical. It's not just about themselves. It's not just about profit, even though profits will come, because challenges gives you an opportunity to create solutions that will boost your profits, right? But let's understand that you are not going to become Mark Zuckerberg overnight. Neither are you going to become a Bill Gates overnight. But trust me, you have no idea how long those guys stayed patiently waiting for their products to get global recognition. So I'm just running through because of time, but I'm sure these slides will be shared to everyone, so I don't want to waste too much time. And, you know, so many new ideas. When you look around you, at times it's so easy to believe, what else am I going to do? Everything has been done, right? This South African man has taken over the electronic market, electronic vehicles markets. You know, this other one has done this. Trust me, especially with climate change and sustainability, these guys have only started scratching the surface. Don't believe that all the great ideas have been taken. Don't believe so, because there are so many great ideas waiting to be discovered. So you have to be active. You have to be curious. You have to have a very clear understanding of what is going. You have to be conscious of your environment. That is very, very key. You know, a lot of us, okay, so we say we are looking for jobs. Okay, we say we have great ideas, but have we put our ideas through that test to be sure that this is what your environment really needs? Because once you come up to a solution that addresses the challenges of your community, they will buy. In fact, they'll be more than glad to buy. So please, let's be conscious of the fact that there are lots of new ideas waiting to be discovered. So how do you improve resilience to climate risks? Regulations and external reporting. How do you ensure compliance? Human rights and equality. What are your ideas about how this could be addressed? What is that new idea you have that you want to sell to businesses? And reducing emissions, a lot has been said, but trust me, we still have a long way to go. So what ideas do you have about reducing, you know, emissions? And resource intensity, what ideas do you have about how we can now begin to manage our business operations more, you know, in a more energy efficient manner? Then data integration and operational intelligence. Sorry, I can see some typos there. I had to do this quick, right? Put this together very quickly. So a lot, data is king in the new world, right? And when it comes to driving sustainability, one of the things we've discovered as consultants is that it is the biggest challenge. So a client comes to you and is full of so many ideas on how he or she or their business wants to contribute to climate action. But by the time you sit down with them to even see where they are, they have no data. They have nothing. So what solutions do you have? How can we be more prepared in terms of data availability, data integrity, data completeness to be able to, drive and find solutions to the challenges that climate change poses? And then, of course, the issue of circularity and waste management, or what I like to call waste utilization, because like the Loma MD said earlier, waste is the new oil. Waste is the new oil. So a lot of countries, for your information, are already importing waste and they are paying for it. For them, it's not waste, it's a new resource coming to them at a cheaper rate, right? So there are so many challenges that climate change poses that we need to find solutions to. And, according to the MBS, Nigeria has a youth population of about 33.5 million. In fact, that is like 3 countries or 4 put together. In fact, depending on how granular you go, that could be like 10 different countries put together. So Nigerian youth population, okay, of 33 million, out of which about 13 million, over 13 million are without jobs, right? And from what we know about Nigerians generally and Nigerian youth in particular, if you pay attention to global media, you see how well Nigerian youths are doing abroad. In the United States, they are described as the most successful immigrants to the US. So what is that thing about Nigerians and Nigerian youths that stand us out when we go out to the world? It is our creativity. You cannot be successful if you are clueless, if you don't have ideas, right? If you are not innovative. So that means, it is in us, it is in our nature as Nigerians to be very creative, to be very innovative, right? We are smart. In fact, some of us do so well in the university abroad that, it's like magic, okay? Somebody I know did so well in her exams in Canada that they set up a panel to investigate how she could get 100 over 100 in about 11 different courses. So they said, this is not normal. So that is how brilliant we are as a people. So now, having 13 million youths unemployed, what does it tell us? Does that mean that those guys that are unemployed, they are not intelligent? Are they not the same Nigerians? So how do we coordinate them and expose them to the green tech space that is just evolving? How do we make Nigeria the new global hub for technopreneurs that are focused on climate solutions? How? Is this something we can do? So I thank EkoClimathon for activating this. And I just believe all hands must be on deck. We need much more of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, the second keynote presentation was packed with a lot of nuggets, and one recurring theme was that all hands must be on deck. And really, so many opportunities are in this space when you think about all the different areas. I know we're pressed for time. The event is built to end by 3 p.m. and we'll do everything within our possible best to end by 3 p.m. So we'll move very quickly to our last 2 participating teams. Once they've presented, we'll give the jurors some time to reach their final decision as refreshments go around, and we're sure that we'll be able to finish by 3 p.m. So we have our last teams online, and the first team that will be presenting is Buy and Bulk. Buy and Bulk. So please put your hands together and give them some digital emojis for our virtual audience as well.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm from Zimbabwe. Sorry, I'm disabled from
We
sharing
can
my
hear
screen.
you. You have 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for questions and answers from the jurors. So please go on with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are from Zimbabwe. We are an online agro crowdfunding platform that establishes a connection from the farmer directly to the consumers. And this is our team. We have our technical team consisting of Akwanachi Emmanuel, Joseph Ugbo, and Messi Agu. And we also have our marketing and economic team consisting of Mr. Bashir, Mr. Eric, and myself, Bosco Tom. Now, we have noticed that the cost of agricultural products in Nigeria are on the increase, and inflation is on the increase with every passing day. We have agricultural products in the market increasing, and it's becoming less affordable for average and middle income earners. And the food insecurity in Nigeria was predicted to reach about 19.4 million people by August. And we have a lot of insecurity in Nigeria. And we discovered that one of the major reasons for this food insecurity is the extremely long value chain that exists in the agricultural sector. We have a lot of middlemen in the agricultural sector that increase these prices, and then some of them cause artificial scarcity. And then we also have some of them with a lot of degraded vehicles that actually emit not so climate friendly gases that actually affect our climate. And then we have some gases and some chemicals that they use to store these products for long period of time while they hold the products are not so climate friendly. So we have decided to come up with a solution, a platform actually that can link the farmers directly to the consumers. Now we are aware that the farmers produce these agricultural products in bulk, so a single consumer may not be able to purchase all the products at once. So our platform allows for crowdfunding of these products, where different consumers can come together to crowdfund agricultural products, and the farmers can now choose their prices. Unlike the former model, where we have a lot of middlemen, so the farmers will have to reduce their prices a lot so that these middlemen now make the more profit than the farmers who actually do the real work. And this actually establishes connection between the farmers and the consumers. Now, our target market, we are a platform as a service. We know that our platform can be applicable to the entire world, but our target for now is Africa, which we have about 1.2 billion people in Africa. And we have estimated that if we have about 1.2 billion people in Africa and each person consumes an average of $1 per day, that's about $1.2 billion that exists in that market. And then we have about 250 million consumers in Nigeria. And it was just released about a few months ago that the average consumption of food daily in Lagos is about 4.5 billion naira. So we know that there's a very large market in that very sector. And then we brought it down to our own geographical area, which is just Plateau State. We have about 3 million consumers, and then we have about 50,000 farmers. And we see that there's a very large market potential in this area. And this is our business model. We hope to charge 3,000 naira monthly subscription for the farmers from uploading their products to our platform and selling through our platform. And we also hope to implement a 15 naira transactional charge on every transaction that goes through our platform. And we hope to also implement 30% shipping fees. We will get 30% from our shipping fees. And then this is our revenue projection for the first 5 years. We hope that in the next 5 years, we'll be able to get a revenue of about 90 million naira from subscriptions and about 30 million naira from transactional charges. Now, what makes us unique? We have searched the market, and presently with our model, there's no other platform that actually offers crowdfunding for agricultural products. And this is a very unique platform because we offer crowdfunding for agricultural products. We allow multiple users to come together and crowdfund these products to buy in different quantities. So there's no restriction. People that can come with 2,000 naira can get enough, and they get at farmers' prices. And we provide real-time analysis for both the farmers and the consumers. So the farmers can see where his consumers are coming from and can actually know how he can tailor his farming strategy so that he can get to more consumers. We bridge the gap between our farmers and the consumers. We provide the real-time connection between them so that the farmers can get a feedback from the consumers. We have transparency and efficiency in the value chain. Now, this eliminates the long value chain and the middlemen who previously hoard these goods, and they use a lot of terrible gases to store these products. But with the transparency and efficiency the buy and bulk solution offers, we have a lot of improved food products. We offer fresh products and free of CO2 emissions. And this also reduces food wastage. We have a lot of food that's waste along the value chain. When the middlemen buy, sometimes they store it for long periods of time, and sometimes this food actually spoils, and sometimes they still even sell it to the consumers, even though it's not good for consumption. And then we also provide jobs, and we are increasing the farmer's income. The farmer now gets to choose his the prices that he can sell his goods, and this is actually going to increase the farmer's income. And now we have our roadmap to our launch. We have the ideation, which takes at least 2 weeks. And we have the development stage where we will develop our platform fully, because our platform is our major service. We are just offering a service that links the farmers and the consumers. So it's important that we get our platform right so we can have good service for our consumers and our farmers. And then we have partnerships. We hope to partner with research institutes and also farmers unions so that we can get to these farmers and we can be able to educate them and train them. We have a lot of farmers in the rural areas, so we hope to make our platform as user-friendly as possible so that we can educate and train these farmers to use our platform and to access consumers. And then we need to set up our pickup locations, because we are going to have pickup locations where the farmers can drop these products and then consumers can come and pick up their products after payment. And then we have the launch, which should be after about 6 months. And then we have marketing, which we hope to do online and physical and online marketing. And we have our MVP link.
You have about 2 more minutes to finish your presentation. So if the link is not working, you might want to move to the next slide.
Okay. We'll go to the categories.
Are you still there? Maybe move to the next slide.
When you come to the categories, we have different products, and then you can choose from the, we have a lot of products here. You can choose the one you want to crowdfund. Let's take yam, for instance. And then we have different amounts that you wish to buy. Let's say you want to buy 10%, or you want to buy 20%, or 30%,
Well,
or 40%.
to see the
or you want to buy everything
for
probably.
this
You can just choose, and let me just pick 40%, and you choose join crowdfund, and it takes you to your cart where you have the list of things that you picked previously, and proceed to checkout. And then it gives you the price that you're going to pay, and proceed to delivery where you have the shipping information.
We're unable to see the visuals for your explanation. So I don't know if it's in a separate slide or it was on the app. If not, we'll have to move straight to the questions. Yeah, let's move to the questions. Maybe while you're taking the questions, the app might open. So do we have any questions from our viewers?
Platform, sharing the screen for our platform.
Okay, you have about 1 minute for this.
Okay, however, let's just conclude. Okay, our platform is going to provide a connection between the farmers and the consumers, like I had mentioned, and this is going to ensure a more transparent and efficient food value chain, and then it's going to ensure food security for middle income and low income earners, which we know is a large population of Nigeria, so that to reduce the food insecurity in Nigeria, and also it's going to reduce food wastage and then it's going to curb the carbon emissions along the food value chain from the gases used to store these products, and also the gases emitted from the vehicles that are used to transport these products from the farms to the markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for buy and bulk. So we'll go to questions. We'll take all the questions at the same time so you're able to respond in the given time.
Well, that was an amazing presentation. Direct and straightforward. My question is, how do you separate farmers from middlemen? Because this is an app that I don't know how you are going to do the verification process. So because you said you want to link buyers with farmers. So how do you do that? Yes. How do you?
So we'll take any more questions before you answer this one. Do we have any more questions from our jurors? Okay, so let's have your answer.
Okay, thank you.
Just 1 second, there's one more question.
I don't know if I'm going to articulate this properly, but I think I feel like I'm just always following whatever you say. Yeah, it was a great presentation. I think there was just a few like language issues. So you're talking about crowdfunding, but it sounds more it's like co-purchasing with many people. And I had a lot of questions from like myself. I'm considering myself as a consumer. Like, what does that mean? Like, do I have to make multiple purchases from multiple sellers, and how do I expect, like, as a household, let's say, to get that delivery at one time? So I think, and I didn't really understand how the logistics was working. So you covered a lot about the relationship between the buyer and the seller without talking about how you would create some efficiencies in the transportation. So those were the bits that I was scratching my head on.
Okay, did you get the questions?
Thank you.
Yes, please answer the questions now.
Okay, to the first question. Okay, the farmers from the middlemen. Like I said, we are going to partner with research institutes and also the farmers unions. Now, these research institutes have databases that have the comprehensive list of farmers. And so we are going to partner with these research institutes to get this list of farmers, and then also the farmers union, so we can get to farmers in the rural areas. This is how we hope to separate the farmers from the middlemen, by partnering with the farmers union and also research institute. So, okay, have I answered that question? Or
well, I'm not really satisfied with that. Why? Because I'm a researcher. I know in the research field, you have the database of farmers you work with directly, either doing the multiplication of seeds and the likes. I would suggest that would be an advice for you. Maybe you can work with the extension agencies, the state extension agencies. They are the ones that are closer to the farmers. And you have to be very, 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 I don't know how it's going to be, but I know the intrigues of middlemen, how they do. And when it comes to farming, they are always the one that actually determine the price. Sincerely, they can price you down as a farmer. And I think what you are going to do now will be very, very lovely, because you can't imagine buying 6 cobs of a maize at 100 naira on farm from middlemen, and they come out and sell a cob at 100 naira by the roadside. You can see the economic who gets what. So it's better you work with the extension agencies in states if you want to really get this. That's why I'm asking, just to give like a link. Thank you.
Okay, can you move to the second question?
Okay, the second question. Okay, the
delivery and the efficiency.
Okay, the delivery, we are going to partner with also logistics companies. We have logistics companies that will bring these goods directly from the farm to our pickup locations. And what is it? Okay, the crowdfunding. The crowdfunding, okay, these different consumers coming to buy. Now, as a consumer, as an individual consumer, you can actually crowdfund different products, but you pick a particular percentage of the products you want to crowdfund. And then you have an e-receipt you get after you pick these products online, you get the e-receipts, then you print the e-receipts. Now, after other consumers have crowdfunded those various products, and you get a notification that, okay, this crowdfunding campaign has been completed, you can now proceed to the pickup locations to get your goods. And then you go with your e-receipt, and then you are going to pick up the particular goods you've ordered. Now, the goods may not arrive at the same time. If you have crowdfunded different goods, maybe you crowdfunded sweet potatoes, you crowdfunded yam, you crowdfunded beans, they may arrive at different times, depending on when the crowdfunding is completed. When the crowdfunding is completed, you get a notification that your crowdfunding campaign has been completed, so you can proceed to the pickup location and you get your products.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for buy and bulk. That was our penultimate team, and we're moving to the last team that will be presenting for a chance to win out of a prize pool of $7,500 laptops, and of course the opportunity to be part of the Eco Innovation Incubation Program and get up to $50,000 in terms of equity investment. So please let's put our hands together for the final team to present, AgriSac. A warm round of applause for the representatives from AgriSac.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Favor Zoma. I am the team leader and the founder of AgriSac, and I'm here to review to you how AgriSac is going to drastically prevent billions of plastic from destroying our climate, and how it's going to increase productivity in this agricultural space. Of course, the big question is how am I going to achieve it? But before I spell out how I'm going to achieve it, I'm going to break down the problem so that you appreciate my solution. The first problem, improper disposal of plastic waste. Of course, it's no longer in news that plastic is getting very, very relevant because of its durability and its ability to achieve a lot of things, and its affordability. So, and the big challenges is not just the plastic, it's about the improper disposal of the plastic to the final consumers. So that is what we are focusing on. How can we change the perspective? How can we change the approach of consumers towards plastic waste? And this, the other problem is lack of output in farmlands and low productivity. Of course, talking about lack of output in farmlands is, of course, no longer news that urbanization has encroached farmlands and it has reduced the farmland harvest. A report revealed that Canada farmland harvest has been reduced. Speaking about the low productivity amongst small-scale farmers, it's of course, it's a reality. Small-scale farmers experience a lot of challenges. So we want to go extra mile to solve that challenge so that there will be greater productivity. Of course, our aim is, our goal is that there is plastic waste increasing, poverty is increasing, demand of grain is increasing. And what is the solution? AgriSac. So okay. So on how we can achieve that, of course, the solution, we've seen that plastic is a problem, and we see that there is low yield in agriculture. So what is the solution? We want to convert plastic waste to a platform in which we can plant viable grains, and it will of course increase the productivity in the sense that we don't just dump this plastic waste. We are going to plant rich seed, and of course incorporate it with rich soils in order to increase yield. So that is the summary of the solution of AgriSac. And how can we achieve that? The first milestone is to organize collection of bags. And of course, we've seen diverse ideas on how we can achieve the collection of bags. And of course, we have come out with a lot of creative approach, from, partner with recycling company to get plastic bags, partner with distribution companies. Of course, we're also going to move extra mile. We've seen where people are creating application and like, we want to kind of source our plastic. We want to use the power of social media. I've seen how social media has been an influencing pattern, influencing people to do certain things. So I want to use social media to influence people in getting plastic waste. And in sense of the Nigerian space, if you look at the likes of brand influencers like Oga Sabinos, if I use those guys to influence people, for example, instead of telling them to give me plastic goods, and I tell those guys, okay, you need to follow me up and help me to influence Nigerians. So it would be like Oga Sabinos, I'm cashing out of plastic waste. So not just like just going to those contact the plastic, but nothing is happening. I've seen how social media have motivated people to do certain things. So I use social media to motivate people to source out this plastic, and of course partner with Loma, in the sense that you don't just go and get the plastic. When you see your friend is getting money out of it and it's trending, and the guy is like, I'm cashing out of plastic waste, you can say, wow, I'm going to do my own. So that is one of the creative measures in which I can achieve. So that is the first milestone. The second milestone, that is engaging with agri experts. So the first milestone, the first aim is to organize the collection of bags. Now the second milestone is to engage with agri experts. We don't want to just empower people with plastic bags and soils and seed. No, we want to engage them with rich soil and rich seed, and of course follow them up to yield particular results at a particular time. So that is what we are going to achieve in the second phase. We are going to engage with agri experts. We've seen how Digis Agri have come up with fertilizers. So we are going to engage them in helping us to give out rich soils to achieve that aim. Now the third phase is to erect the biggest grain storage facility and build partnership. I appreciate the Lagos State government for building up Lagos what they call logistic hub with the aim of aiming food security. So we are going to partner with them in the sense of building the biggest grain facility in that location. And of course, we are going to link it with our fourth approach, because we are going to create a mini store, and a mini store which will be offline or online, focusing on grain. So we don't want to just empower people with grain and plastic bag. We want to go to the extra mile of being their market. We empower them with the seed, we empower them with bag, and we of course buy it from them and sell it to our respective outlets. And of course, it will reduce the power of the middlemen and of course increase our yield. So that is what we are going to achieve in our fourth milestone, and it indeed is going to be productive. So remember our goal, we want to prevent billions of plastic waste and of course prosper the society. Now the competition difference. Of course, as it stands now, nobody is really following this pattern. So there's a market on the undesired market. So this is what we can achieve. There's a scalable business approach. So the profitability aspect, we expect to obtain 10,000 bushels of maize, which is worth $62,000 from the first 5,000 people we empower with sack bags. This is huge. And do you know what that means? We are going to prevent 560,000 plastic bags from destroying the plastic, from destroying the climate. And that is huge. And looking at the second profitability aspect, we expect to sell over $2 million worth of
1 minute.
$2 million worth of grains from our grain stores, both offline and online. If you're asking me how profitable it is, you need to go and ask the Ebony guys. They are really making massive profit. And if you come in a very packageable manner, selling it in an affordable manner, and the packaging, we are going to make money. Now the third phase is we expect to store over 200,000 of bushels. So this is massive. As it stands now, Nigeria is demanding about 15 million tons of maize, and we are producing about 10 million tons of maize. So there is a supply demand deficit of 4.5 million tons of maize. And if we can be able to fill that margin with our agri-sac, it's going to be huge. For example, if you are able to produce 1 million tons of maize from agri-sac, we are going to be able to save about 2.2 billion plastic waste from getting to the climate. This is huge.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for the representative from agri-sac. So we'll take our questions from our jurors before they deliberate. And of course, we bring this event to a close.
Okay. Well, in all sincerity, I think maybe I must give it to you. It was an okay presentation. Maybe you lost it a little bit the time the slide click failed. Well, now how do you get all these bags we're talking about? Do you want to produce it yourself? Do you want to buy it? That is one thing I want to look at it. And I think, okay, I think what you are about to do is what will be very lovely. That will encourage urban agriculture, So you didn't really, and even peri-urban, you didn't really talk more about that. So it's actually it's a very lovely, I don't know how to put it, it's a very lovely project. So you need to get people that are more technically involved in agriculture to really talk much about on that. You understand? Even the soil matters. The sack matters, where to put it matters, watering matters, a lot of technical things are involved in it. It's okay. So how do you get your sack? That's my question.
Wait, before you answer, I would like to take any more questions from the jurors. Okay.
Basically, another comment. It's just, I think your expectations are a bit aggressive. I think it's a really interesting idea. And what I would recommend is that maybe, I think there's some other organizations and startups that are looking at urban farming. It's really would be a great idea if you kind of soundboard with them and talk about some of the market access issues that they face. It will be really helpful in terms of adjusting your projections for the future as well.
Do you have a question or that's? Okay, no, I wanted to know if Essie had a question. So please go ahead with the answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like I earlier said, we are going to, we have diverse measures, we have diverse channels. One of the channels is to partner with major distributors of animal bags, people that produce animal feed. So we are going to partner with them to track it to the final consumer so that we can get those bags. And apart from that, we are going to make a strategic collaboration partnership with Loma and using the power of social media to influence people to bring out plastic waste. In the sense that how I've seen the model of S-Partner, I see major youths, venturing into affiliate marketing because they see others making money. So when I place it on the social media trend that this is how they are getting plastic.
Question was not on your marketing.
You understand? You understand what I'm trying to? When you get a plastic waste, how do you turn the plastic waste to bag? We are not talking about.
Yes, sir. No.
Now that's what I want to get clear.
Yes.
And I want you to get it clear, okay?
Yes, sir.
So when you partner with Loma and you get a PET bottle, you can't turn it to, you don't have the capacity to turn it to a bag.
Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes,
yes. Farmers, you can get bags from them, used fertilizers, cement, construction companies, you can get bags from them. Those are what I want you to pay attention to.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very much. Please let's put our hands together once more for agri-sac. Wow, we've had 10 teams pitch, and now we'll give some minutes for the jurors to rub minds, to compare their score sheets, and of course, we'll have a representative from the jurors come to deliver the jurors' remarks. We'll have the presentation of prizes to the winners. So while that is going on, we'll also have refreshments. So thank you very much for staying till this time. I think we'll still be able to finish on time, depending on how long the jurors need in reaching their final decision. And once they've reached their decision, we'll be able to know our winners, do our presentations, do some photo ops. So Dr. Natalie, I know you said you like to give comments and maybe not do as much as questions. Would like if you can give us the jurors' remarks once you've reached a final decision.
My brother, I know if you calculate, the calculus, if you let it go. I know the reason how many people affect me, go. Inside the life, now inside the carcass, open my eyes, Lord, make I see ya. Make I face my front, make a body no use me just run. Make butter no stain my clothes. On my advantage every time I call, cause now only time where they serve my cause. They my holding as I run my run. Me I know they for the attack along. On my advantage every time I call, cause now only time where they serve my cause. Still dreaming, but I sleep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DJ. If we could have some of the participating teams up in the room. So the room is filled. We still have an opportunity for a fireside chat. So please, ushers, can you ensure that we have all the participating teams, all their representatives in the room? We have some extra seats. So they are live and direct and a part of the fireside chat. So we'll give about 2 minutes for that. Please, let's quicken our step. If they say come and collect $7,500, you will run up the stairs now. So please, let's have our participants take their seats very quickly and we'll have a fireside chat. So please, ushers, as you're directing people, can we have 2 seats on stage? Or what's the format going to be? Are we going to just have a quick lecture or we'll have a chat? Okay. Okay, very quickly, let's have everybody seated. We don't want to be distracted when the chat is going on. So please let's make it snappy. 1 more minute. Again, if you're taking pictures, videos, if you go to EkoClimathon on Instagram and different social media platforms, you'll see pictures there. Please share your pictures, share your videos, use that hashtag EkoClimathon 1.0. We have 10 teams who have participated. They're all coming up right now, and we're going to have a quick fireside chat. So I'd like for all of us to put our hands together as I invite the Executive Coordinator, African Youth Initiative on Climate Change, AYICC. Please make welcome as he comes to the microphone, Olumide Idowu. Please put your hands together for him. No, I'm not going to take that. Please put your hands together for him.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Olumide Idowu. I'm very happy to be here today. I will just spend 5 minutes just to have conversation with the people that actually pitched today. So one thing I just wanted to say is, in my capacity, I've been able to understand that there's a lot of ideas in the space. You know, that's why I was asking about, I want to ask this question about what do you think about investment opportunity? Because for us, for me personally, I mean, tell you that I don't have a business, but I make money from something, right? And everything we are doing as individual is to actually understand how we can make investment from it, how we can make money from it. But something I want to tell you today, I have been opportunity to attend some different conference of parties since 2013. But I want to talk about that's COP21, where we had the Paris Agreement. You know, it's very interesting that our government make policies, they make commitments on our behalf. But one thing again is that how are we translating those policies and commitments into investment for young people that are going into tech? Because now I'm not a tech person, but I can see that a lot of things is going on. Recently, UNIDO and what they call the MCC have just launched a project on clean tech. And a lot of people have started submitting, you know, application and stuff. And I asked myself, all the projects that we see now, it's not that they are new, but they can actually change the economy and give a lot of opportunity for us. Now, our president went for a conference and he made a commitment on our behalf, let me say 200 million people. In 2015, right? In 2019, we have another one in what they call Madrid. And we made another commitment. I don't know whether you've shared some commitment with them. We made another commitment that we are telling ourselves, the INDC, International National Determined Contribution. But today we call it what? NDC, because Nigeria, how many of us know NDC? Before I start talking grammar. So now we have the NDC, but we've forgotten that 2015, there was Paris Agreement that we've made it commit. Just give you a very good example. How many of us know MDG? Yes. We have how many MDGs then? I think it was 7 or 8. Yes, 7 or 8. And the number 7 or 8 is ensuring environmental sustainability. But let me tell you, when the UN came up with their report, they said Nigeria were able to meet just first goal, which is maternal mortality, just 50%. So what happened to the rest of the goals? Then in 2015, another consultant made more money and came up with what? SDGs. And we have 169 targets. How many of us know that? 169 targets. Now, it's a very good example. MDG to SDGs. What? Within how many years? Now in 2030, we don't know we are going to come up with another DGs. Yes. So it's a very good example for us to understand. Why I'm saying this is because every actions we are taking now, every product you are building now, need to contribute to so-called emission that we want to reduce. Now we move from Madrid, we went to Glasgow last year. Our presidency, no, before I even moved there, the same 2019, the government, I don't know whether anybody have a project talking about tree planting. I'm not a tree planting fan. I don't love tree planting, but it's the best way to what? to solve our environment. But are we planting trees in Nigeria? I'm very sorry to say I was expecting to have the Loma and my brother here to ask them that the 7.1 million trees that have been planted in Lagos, where are they? Yes. So those are the challenges that you and I need to be looking. How do we solve those challenges? A lot of people have been planting trees. So we're supposed to plant 25 million trees from 2019, which happened in General Assembly, up to today. I don't think we've planted 1 million. So it takes me to COP26 that we had last year. And the government said by 2060, we want to meet our what? Net zero. You know that too? So all these things you are presenting here is supposed to be looking at all those components of how do we, because when you're talking about climate change, you are not talking about actions that you are taking to solve the problem. That's why one of the jury was asking us that, how is it contributing in reducing the emission that we are looking at? And this is a good opportunity to let you know that in Africa today, Lagos State is one of the, let me say, one of the best countries that have been doing fantastically well when it comes to climate policy. Lagos State, before Nigeria came up with climate change policy, Lagos State have it. Before they come up with waste management policy, Lagos State have it. Even there's 2 waste management policy now in the Federal Ministry of Environment, but Lagos State was the one that came up with it first. So if you open the 2 books, they just change the English. Now, so what I'm trying to bring to our notice is that everything we are doing, we are building an app, we are building a web app, or you are bringing a technology, we should start looking at how am I also complementing the efforts, so let me call it effort, of the government. Because every time people say that government make policies, we try to do what? We try to see how we can implement those policies. Who are the people to implement the policies? There's somebody like us, somebody that was talking about something bike. Somebody was doing a project on bike. To be very frank with you, that's a fantastic idea. But how do we get our government to give us a road that will make us to, paddle those bikes? And somebody coming up with, I love the project on agriculture. I'm an agroecology person. So I don't eat anything that's been enhanced. Do you get it? So that's why I was asking you about GMO. So how many of us start looking at all those things that our government is telling us in the next 1 month? In November 6 to 18, we are going to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And we're going to be making another commitment. So how do we now translate those commitments they are making on so all of us now, we don't even know how we call it. How many of us have been in consultation with the government on how they are going to be talking on our net zero? How many of us, the national determined contribution falls in within all the projects you've presented today? Transportation, energy, waste management, industry, all those, I think there are 7 in number. So you can see that you are not doing something that people don't want to reckon with. You're actually also doing something in line with the national determined contribution. And that is why the partnership with the government, any agency that is in line with what you are doing, need to understand what you are doing so that, and most of you that have not been to COP, let me tell you, and I will end with this. Do you know that every project you present and you take to the government is, oh, this is what I'm doing. Those projects, they always present it international, but most of us don't know. Example of PACAM. PACAM came up some months ago, or let me say last year. When we got to Glasgow last year, they still use PACAM to tell them, whoa, we are doing fantastically well in Lagos. We are doing this. PACAM is, they call it Uber for waste. Let me tell you, how many of us have used the app before to request to come and pick our waste in the house? So it's something that we need to start looking at. Okay, how can I get more of this out there? And thanks to Eco Innovation Center, I can tell you that it looks as if you are now complementing the effort of the government, because the project they launched recently on clean tech, this is just like a step down of that clean tech now, from my own view, because this is what we want to see, to make sure that we are having, like I said, I'm not a tech person, but I'm getting more understanding on how we can use technology now to solve climate problem. It's only somebody using it to solve food security. Somebody's looking at water management. Somebody looking at waste management. So as we continue, I just want us to start looking at how am I contributing to reducing this by 2060. I don't know how old you are going to be by 2060. That is when the president said we are reducing what? Our net zero emission by 2060. So is that time for us to start looking at, some people will do the advocacy. Some people will do the dirty work, and some people will look for the money. So all of us, we are what? We are in it together, and I wish everybody good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And for that, what was meant to be a fireside chat, but turned into a very impactful presentation. I hope we got something from it. Yes, so yes. So I think the thing that stuck with me is that, all these presentations we're making, people are listening, and you just don't know when they're going to hear about it, maybe on the world stage. So maybe in Sharm el Sheikh next month, you'll be hearing about some of the things we've discussed today. So while we still wait for our jurors to come back with a decision, I know the anticipation is high, the tension, but the thing is, I have to tell every single team here that you've come very far. Over 1,000 people applied. And the fact that you're in this room, having a chance to present to experts from across the world, physically and virtually, is an achievement in itself. And I think you all deserve a round of applause. Well done. Please let's applaud all the participants, all the participating teams. Really well done. And I think the good thing about the sessions is that you've also gotten feedback, not just questions, but feedback that you can go back and use and implement. So whether or not you get out of the $7,500 US, whether you place first, second, or third, there is an opportunity. And of course, Eco Innovation Center has been very gracious in extending its arm in terms of ensuring that you have space to work in, be a part of the incubator program, and then that equity funding that we've spoken about earlier on. So I think as we're waiting, there are a few things that stuck to me as I was listening to some of the presenters and some of the speeches. And one of them was about how it's everybody's responsibility. So I think it will be a missed opportunity if we leave here today and we don't really think back and say, okay, how can I be a part of this change? Sometimes it's in our consumption. It's in deciding, you know what, I'm not going to take my car out today, but I'm going to carpool. I'm going to go with a friend, or I'm going to use public transportation. Other times it's about, I don't need to take my car down the road. I can actually walk down the road. Other times it's about how we consume our drinks. I remember an event I hosted and we were all told to come with our water bottles because we'll be getting water at the venue. Sometimes as business owners, you just have one dispenser instead of having bottles and bottles of water. The thing is how we can use little changes, make little changes in our everyday life to ensure that we are doing our part to reduce climate change, to reduce greenhouse emissions, to reduce our carbon footprint. But there's something I'd like to go back to, and I think that was the second keynote presentation, and you spoke about an exchange, and I'm glad that we have something already in the works, something that's already going on in the place of eco-carbon and commodity exchange. So that's already here, and that's already the future where we can see companies now getting rewarded for sustainable practices. So I'll just go around the room to just get a sense of what everyone will be taking away, especially from our participants, because we've done a lot of listening to you, but we've not also gotten a chance to hear what your feedback has been from all that you've listened to.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Ruben Kaine. I've been able to gather quite a lot of knowledge from what the MD of Loma has mentioned, and that's going to help me build more on my solution. It's also good to know that the solution is validated by what he mentioned. So I also would build more on it and see how best we can, pivot to the next level. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Victor. I've been able to see other innovative solutions. I think that was the highlight of my entire stay. I was able to see other innovative solutions in the field as well. So I could as well know that people are also building incredible stuff. And yeah, that's good.
So you've been energized. They say that collaboration is the new competition. And I like how your idea was validated by something that was said during the keynote presentation. So really, today has been packed. I'll still get a few more comments.
Hi, my name is Andrew. It's nice to see, these themes and everybody working together for, clean energy sources and to improve the environment. It's really needed, especially in Nigeria, not just Lagos. Coming into Nigeria yesterday, if you've flown past, you actually see that there's like dark smoke, not clouds, not normal clouds. So it's important, every single thing that's going on here. I am amazed because usually I will have this conversation with my friends about energy management and all that. And I never looked beyond that, like guys doing Greek, electric bikes and all of that. So it's really amazing to have this opportunity to be here.
Great. I love that. I mean, we've been hearing from the participants, but it's also good to hear from some of the members of the audience how they view the entire Climathon and today's final event.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Loki Odume. I'm an active sustainability enthusiast. It's been good being here. I was invited for this program and I knew that I have to be here. And I'm very happy with what I've seen, and the innovations coming from our youth is very, very commendable. I also want to encourage them. There is a wide knowledge gap in Nigeria, especially with the youth. Somehow, if you listen deeply into what my very good mentor, Mr. Ido, I think he has left now, some of the things he was talking about the COP events, what Nigeria is doing, the National Determined Contribution, NDC, to carbon emissions, circular economy, sustainability. These are things that are missing. These are knowledge areas that our youth are not aware of. And I believe that the more people hear about this, the more innovations will come out. There are lots of talented young Nigerians. We are many. We are very many. I heard in the beginning there is over 300 applicants. That's how many we are. So we want more of knowledge. I want to encourage you, when you hear programs like this, make haste to attend. Make haste to attend. There's so much knowledge to learn. So much to learn about sustainability, so much to learn about circular economy, so much to learn about carbon credits, carbon emissions, all of that, the areas where you can contribute. It's very, very important. I, as a person, I run a talk on Twitter space called the Youth Sustainability Corner, where I also invite people, experts in these areas, to come and share knowledge with us, the youth, because believe it or not, we are the higher population in Nigeria. Yes, and we need knowledge. So thank you very much for all you've done today. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much. I think knowledge is very key in this journey. If you remember earlier on, I believe it was the curator of EkoClimathon that said the fact that there were over 1,000 participants, which were broken down into 300 teams. And they had a lot of knowledge sharing sessions, experts from across the world, not just Nigeria, and they were sharing knowledge, they were being mentored, they were being prepared for this pitch. And we only got to see 10 teams participate, but that doesn't show all the ideas that are there. And this is just the maiden edition. So I can't imagine what EkoClimathon 2.0, but if anything, EkoClimathon 1.0, just by the interest, the support, shows that this is something that is very much needed and it should be sustained. So I think this is a call for public and private sector to put their money where their mouth is and to support, because all of this costs money. And I'm just looking across the room. I believe we have someone from Generation Unlimited. Please, let's put our hands together for him. We had missed you, and we'd also missed Ceiling. Thank you so much. Earlier on, when we had the lunch event, they were big supporters, and we're supposed to have the goodwill message. But as Mr. Falabi explained, that you had some visitors in the country, so I know that you're very much here. Would you like to share a word or two with us? Maybe. Okay, the jurors are here. Okay, so I think we can get to the business of the day, and I'd like to invite. She said one time, I think it was the last presentation, and I said, "Oh, do you have a question?" She said, "No, I'm making the comments." So now she's going to make the jurors' comments, give the jurors' remarks. So please let's give her a warm round of applause. Dr. Natalie Bench, Executive Director, Co-founder, Circular Economy, Innovation, and Partnership. I think that was just a warm-up clap. This is the juror that is going to be delivering the verdict. Just 1 second for Dr. Natalie, and I believe it's Dr. Natalie by Ninch. So again, if you're taking pictures and recording videos to share on social media, the good news, please use the hashtag EkoClimathon so that we can discover you. And you can also be discovered by people from across the world interested in sustainability, interested in climate tech. So EkoClimathon. So we'll have about a minute, and then we'll have the jurors' remarks, and of course, presentation of prizes, and we'll bring the event to an end.
The last time that I checked, and before I digress, my girl. The last time that I checked, and before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest. See, my girl, the last time that I checked, see, nothing ain't changed yet. Except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't make nobody tell me nonsense, man. Streets is so cold, man. Make nobody come try cry me a river. I'm a pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, man. The streets is so cold, man. Make nobody come try cry me a river. I'm a pull through like the strings on my guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want to what's up going place. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, man. Me, I know the hate on my brother. Me, I just want to live. What's up going places. I don't want no wahala. Oh, it's so cold outside. Me, I know they let nothing to worry me. I know they let nothing to bother me. They no owe no one apology. We know say she don't know they bother nobody. Me, I know they let nothing to bother me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. Yeah, me nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try find me. I'ma pull through like the strings of my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. My brother, I know we calculate, the calculus, the plenty go. I know the reason how many people offend me go. Inside the life, now inside the calculus, open my eyes out, make a they see ya. Make a face my front, make a budget, no use me just run. Make butter, no stain my clothes. I'm advantage every time I call, cause now only that way they set my cause. They my holding as I run my run. Me I don't take for their talk along. I'm advantage every time I call, cause now only that way they set my cause.
I can see the checks, the laptops, the mouse, and I know the anticipation is building. Dr. Natalie, are you ready?
Are the checks ready?
I believe so.
Okay. Do I stand here? Or what do I? Okay. First, yeah. What do I do? Yes. Okay. All right. Or do you want to like come in and announce because you have a much better booming voice than me? Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's what I'll do. Right. Okay, we're gonna do it as a team. First, I just want to say thank you to the organizing team for this, the EkoClimathon. It was just a really fantastic event. It was amazing to see so many presentations that were so inspiring. I come from another organization that supports entrepreneurs as well. And I think it's really, again, it's great to have the opportunity to be working together, to be identifying areas for collaboration and for support. I've only really been working in entrepreneurship since I've been in Nigeria, but I am a runner. I've been a runner for a long time. And one thing that, a parallel that I've learned from running and entrepreneurship is that there's two races that you run. One to compete to win a competition, but you're also competing against yourself to have a personal best. And I really think that all of you today gave a personal best. And I hope as a kind of entrepreneurship supporters and incubators here, that we're here to continue to support you to do your best. So I would encourage you to reach out to me or to anyone present to continue on this journey. That said, we're here to announce also the competition to win. Let's start. Let's get started. So number 3 is, no, you're going to do it. Oh. Yeah. Go, Alake. Come on.
Okay. So is it the second runner-up or the third? Second runner-up first, and then grand. Right. Okay. So for the second runner-up, that basically means the third prize, the third position. We have Column Technologies.
A warm round of applause for Column Technologies. Please, the check will be given. And I'd like the special advisor to the governor of Lagos State on Innovation and Technology to do the presentation of check. Are my paparazzi ready? The photographers and phonographers. I'd also like to invite Johannes Paulus, who also do the presentation with the laptop. So we'll take this first picture. It's good to have the jurors who have stayed behind, done an amazing job, taking their time, collating, discussing. So this is the third position, and they're going home with $1,500. Right after the check presentation, they'll be presented with a laptop and a mouse. So I see a lot of phonographers. Please share hashtag EkoClimathon. Yeah, share the word, and well done. A warm round of applause for them. Team Column Technologies, please remain as Johannes comes to make a presentation on behalf of Generation Unlimited.
To be the best.
So the photographer, are you okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, yes. No one go too far because now first runner is first runner up. Do, 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 do.
Gang, 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 gang.
Okay, so for the first runner up, we have Team Exusia.
Team Exusia. Well done. That's a check of $2,500. So we'll have the first picture. Right after this picture, we'll have the jurors join them on stage. So very quickly, let's have the jurors join them on stage. The jurors, please.
For the champions, for the champions, stand up. For the champions, for the champions,
Johannes,
stand up.
do the honors of presenting the laptop.
For the champions, stand up.
You need to hold it better. Yes, that's much better. And you can hold the mouse as well. So it shows. Team Exusia, $2,500, a laptop and mouse. Congratulations.
Okay, and now is the exciting moment we've all been waiting for.
And so the sorry about that. So the winner of the EkoClimathon 1.0 is Digital Brick.
Destiny, it should be. I have vision, though I believe. Stand up for the champions, for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. Champions, stand up for the champions, for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Congratulations, Team Digital Brick. Let's all look at the camera. They're being joined by the curator of EkoClimathon 1.0.
Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions, stand up.
Are we okay with the photograph?
Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Can we have all three winners on stage with their checks? If you're a winner with a check, please come on stage.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions, stand up.
Please also come out with your laptop and mouse.
Okay, so of course, not to keep everybody waiting, so we can have the vote of thanks. But I think the just want to take a few pictures with them, and I think the team has done a fantastic job. Okay, and basically want to say a big thank you to everyone. There's from UNICEF for giving them all these gifts and all the support from the launch. For all our jurors, our speakers, Esther Young. From government, we have from the Ministry of Environment, from the Special Advisor to the Governor on Innovation and Technology, to the team that curated this. I think you should have this. To the team that curated this, I think it's to say a big thank you to everyone. And I want to say that on behalf of all of them, because this has been from 1,034 entries, these are the top three. And I think I heard one journalist tell me this was perfect, just this was well done and all that. And I think they all have done a bit well in terms of their work, and they deserve another round of applause for what they've done, and congratulations. But much more to every one of you. Thank you for this journey thus far. We're grateful for all your support. I want to just say a big thank you, and do have a lovely weekend. Thank you for all the support, everyone.
To be the best, number one. In the end, I know I'm a winner. So let the lights go. but it made me stronger. No way I'm gonna let this go. 'Cause the taste of victory is so much sweeter. Oh, I cannot believe no victory in me. Oh, I'm a winner. And yet the sun rose, my body explodes. And let the world know I'm a winner.
Please let's go downstairs to the media wall to take some pictures. We'd like to get more pictures downstairs at the media wall. Winners, you can go downstairs to take your pictures by the media wall.
If you know you're a winner, let me hear you say yes, so yes, so yes, so yes, so. If you know you're a winner, let me see your hands go. And if you know you're a winner, let me hear you say yes, so yes, so yes, so yes, so.
Life is no easy, my brother. If I young go, me I find my own. If I dey keep on my distance, they Abuja. God, they Lagos you. Now I not get better news about you. Was my land, they ginger my soul. And they see us struggle. I know the best for you. Life is no easy, my brother. If I young go, me I find my own. If I dey keep on my distance, they Abuja. God, they Lagos you. Now I not get better news about you. Was my land, they ginger my soul. And they see us struggle. I know the best for you. My people just to try to find a new way. Grinding just to stay alive every day. To survive, I'm talking about outside in the rain. I can't hide just to minimize all the pain. No one mind to pick with the size in the way. Keep it fed up how you decide to get free. Anytime when they try to slide in my name, I shut down, you must stick behind me, I'm in. I want to shine the all these things back in the days. Maybe many things for never happen to me. It's always love from me anytime you buy it. Do what you got to do, my God, cause I know feedback, no feedback, said I know feedback for you. I'm a no feedback, said I know feedback for you. Life is no easy, my brother. You can find your own, me I can find my own. If I dey keep on my distance, they Abuja. God, they Lagos you. Now I not get better news about you. What's my land? They ginger my soul. And they see us struggle. I love the best for you. Push it in me, yeah. Money push it in me, yeah. To say it easy, yeah. Because you they see me, yeah. If you don't follow me, go tell me how you go know. If you don't know me, you go to say how they go know. Cause if I feel no they got do the way you they move. Me say make you know do what you got to do. Cause I'm no fevers, said I'm no fevers for you. I'm no fevers, said I'm no fevers for you. Life is no easy, my brother. You dey find your own, me I dey find my own. If I dey keep on my distance, they Abuja. God, they Lagos you. Now I not get better news about you. Was my land, they ginger my soul. And they see us struggle. I love the best for you.
Live in the moment. Tomorrow belongs to God. Nothing can break me, nothing can bend me, nothing can bring me down. Me love what you hate. We all deserve a chance. La 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 la. I don't